Mr. Collin, are you ready? Mr. Conlon?
Yes, madam. I am prepared to go. So we put it up on the screen, and away we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is being recorded. If you please take the time to mute yourselves now. Please wait to be recognized by the council before speaking. We're going to begin the meeting here at 5:30. If you are on a landline, you may dial *6 to mute and unmute yourself, and you may dial *9 to raise and unraise your hand. We will be having several presentations tonight. Tonight we will have a public portion. Please only speak to the docket items of the meeting or anything that is discussed in the meeting. Thursday we will have a public portion that will be a full open public session. Once again, this meeting is being recorded. Please mute your devices at this time, and thank you very much for your attendance. Council President.
Yes, did you ask IT to put up on the screen that we will be in executive session for the first part?
Executive session will be Thursday to facilitate the three attorneys. Mr. Hoffman will be tonight, ma'am.
Yes, that's exactly. Oh, he's going to do the...
Yeah, we're doing executive session on Thursday instead of Tuesday, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Hoffman is just here to do the presentation. Okay.
And I'm checking to see if we have a quorum, ma'am. Hold on one second, please. I do believe we have. We have a quorum, ma'am. We can proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Public meetings extent known and was Mr. Conlon. On the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken.
Yeah, we get.
Why is it such a delay?
I don't know, ma'am. It's never happened before. But I'm going to proceed. Mr. Blakely.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Mr. Harrison.
Good evening.
Present.
Mr. Harrison is present. Mr. Michelle.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Present.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am. Council President McBride?
Present.
Council President, a quorum is formed. We have one member absent. Would you like me to call the directors?
Yes, please.
City Clerk Conlon is present. Mr. Edgeworth Kaloji, Legislative Council?
He's not going to be in this evening.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kaloji is absent. Mr. Cruz?
Good evening, everyone. Present.
Mr. Cherry?
Good evening, I'm present.
Mr. Liston?
I'm present.
Mr. Bridges?
Present.
Mr. Wilson?
Present.
Mr. Douglas?
Present.
Mr. Daniels?
Good evening, I'm present.
Dr. Lopez?
I'm present. Good evening.
Mr. Onatieri?
Present.
Ms. Richardson?
Present. Have a good New Year, everybody.
Mr. Lavenberg?
Good evening.
And Mr. Cruz is the acting director of finance. Council President, the directors are here.
Mr. Conlon, Councilman Blakely is here.
Mr. Blakely is monitored as a late arrival at 5:33 p.m.
Thank you.
Council President, would you like to proceed to the docket?
Yes, please.
Madam, would you like to move Mr. Hoffman to the top of the agenda?
Yes, definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're actually going to move real quick to the docket review, one item in particular, which is Ordinance 21-32. Just bear with me. I will bring up my notes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be docket item Ordinance 21-32, an ordinance amending Section 2-29 redevelopment functions and Section 2-1 City Council of the City of Trenton Code. Council President, the floor is open.
Mr. Hoffman, good evening.
Yes. As you may remember, I was requested by the council to draft an ordinance which would establish the fact that the redevelopment function sits with the city council and not with the Department of Housing and Economic Development. So what I have done is I looked at the code, and the code has a section 229, which now gives the redevelopment functions to the executive director of the Housing and Economic Development Department. In the first section of the ordinance, I have eliminated that function in its entirety and stated as no further force in effect. In the second section, I've added a section, Article 1, which says clearly that the redevelopment functions of the city will be performed by the city council with assistance from its designees. The council is to exercise all the powers of the city as set forth in the local redevelopment and housing law. In the event the city council wants assistance of the director of the Department of Housing and Development, it can request same and has the right to appoint or contract with such professionals, advisors as they may be required to assist the council in the redevelopment function. So what this has done is removed the redevelopment function from the Department of Housing and Economic Development and clearly placed it with the council.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Hoffman at this time?
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I would like to ask a question to the city's law department. Be an appropriate time to ask questions of the law department.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Bridges on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Did you sign off to the form and legality of this ordinance?
No, I did not.
Why did
I believe it's a bridge too far. I believe it's assuming administrative functions. I did circulate an email to that effect, but I understand that the council wanted to proceed nevertheless, so it will be addressed in normal course, either through the mayor's veto actions or through further litigation to have a decision made by the court with respect to the legality of this ordinance, or this ordinance. Excuse me.
Can you give me the broad strokes of the administration's opposition or their concern around the legality of this ordinance?
It assumes an administrative function. It basically steps in the place of Housing and Economic Development and the Director of Housing and Economic Development. I must confess I was surprised just now when I heard that Mr. Hoffman said he drafted this, but I think it's an issue that's going to have to be addressed by way of a court ruling with respect to whether or not this is proper.
Mr. Hoffman, can you tell me any other city in the state of New Jersey that has a ordinance similar to this ordinance?
Well, they would not, because they probably would not have started out with having the redevelopment functions within the Department of Economic Development. The council had various options, and the town had options as to either establish a redevelopment agency to keep or to keep it in its own body, and that's what's happened. The council has kept the redevelopment function. They right now have to approve all redevelopment agreements. They have to designate and approve all redevelopers that are involved in any approving ordinances on redevelopment plans. All I have done is leave the council as the redevelopment entity, and let the council then designate who they want to assist it. And if the council wants to use the Department of Housing and Economic Development, the ordinance permits that. They want that it's the council who's acting as the redevelopment entity, and so I gave them the power to decide how they want to act as a redevelopment.
Okay, and you believe that this is legal?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so a further question I have is, what exactly would be the function if this ordinance passes? What would be the function of the Department of Housing and Economic Development if this goes? Because it seems that this would be supplanting the Department of Housing and Economic Development.
Well, it still has the powers that the ordinance gave it to advise and assist the mayor and council with regard to physical planning and improvements and a whole host of functions in Section 228, providing assistance to the planning board, conducting studies, promoting economic development that remain with the Department of Housing and Economic Development. The only thing that this has done is take the redevelopment functions away from it. And even in the redevelopment functions, it recognized that the council had the right and had to approve any appropriations and to approve any agreements.
So give me a proposed process of how a development proposal would occur from conception to implementation with this particular ordinance. So what would be the process? Like, could you elaborate on what the process would be compared to what the process is currently? So I guess it would be helpful if you could explore the current process and how the process would change if this ordinance is implemented or passed.
If it's passed, the council would determine a procedure for considering redevelopers and redevelopment agreements. What the council would do is they would have a redeveloper make application to the council, as does any redeveloper agency, to be a redeveloper. It would appoint and designate who listed in that function. Whether they were outside people or they would hire people inside, that would be determined by the council.
So instead of utilizing the existing apparatus in city government, it would be
there's a lot of noise behind you, Councilman Blakely.
There's no noise behind me at all.
No, not you per se, but someone was just shuffling through papers while you were speaking.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. Mm-hmm. And so the question I have is, instead of a uniform policy around redevelopment that currently exists in terms of it going to the administration vets it, and then then they send it to city council for our approval or rejection. This would really be a process that has more than one iteration. So that it would be multiple types of processes compared to the uniform process that exists today.
I don't see that, but, there are many towns that have municipal redevelopment agencies. The agency has their own staff, their own people, and when the developer applies, that staff does a review and reports to the agency. So as I see it, this is the same. What the council is saying is we want to act as a redevelopment agency, and we would like to have assistance from whoever we think is appropriate. If they think the director is appropriate to render that assistance, this ordinance permits them to do that.
So let me ask a follow-up question to that point. This ordinance, there's some feedback. So this ordinance does not actually create that redevelopment authority that you are referencing.
It does not. I was using that as an analogy.
Okay, so
It is having the council, the governing body, acting as the redevelopment entity.
can you tell me of any major city in New Jersey that has their redevelopment in the same way as outlined in this ordinance, terms that is given? What's that?
I did not explore what the other majors.
Do we have the economic development director on the call for Trenton?
I'm here, Councilman.
Okay. Can you, this strikes me as rather unorthodox, right? That, you are not utilizing the experts and the talent in-house, and that you're giving it to the legislative body, and there's not necessarily a uniform process as it currently exists. And so can you give me your opinion of, your thoughts around this ordinance?
Yeah, at first blush, I would just simply say that since I've arrived, I've long sought an opportunity to just sit with council and explore the many different ways that we can, in fact, come up with a singular policy, if you will, a meeting of the minds, and how we can move redevelopment forward in the capital city. I would just say that at first blush, I would think that this ordinance disregards the institutional knowledge related to redevelopment and the redevelopment project process of many of the department's employees who've acquired knowledge over the last 5, 10, or more years. As council, I would quite frankly and respectfully advance has little to no subject matter expertise in this area. The ordinance would also, and this is very important, I think, and it's a reason why there is the executive administrative branch of government, but the ordinance would eliminate the buffer of liability and perhaps even erode the public trust that it provides, that the redevelopment, the functions will be performed by council and will give council the green light to meet, vet, and negotiate with redevelopers at their will and discretion directly, and then turn around to vote or disapprove the redevelopment project. To this end, the appearance of impropriety will be great, and the potential for abuse and for council to be exposed collectively and personally to criminal and or civil liability is heightened. And not that I'm saying that would happen here in Trenton. I'm just saying that on appearances, that could happen. Also, based on prior orders, the ordinance would seem to invalidate Judge Jacobson's order, which requires council to acknowledge the role of the executive branch and the HED director pursuant to the code. I might add, a quick perusal of Patterson, Elizabeth, Newark, East Orange, Jersey City, Camden, Asbury Park, New Brunswick, Hackensack, and even Atlantic City, all communities where significant redevelopment is underway. It would appear that they do not have a function similar to this ordinance that is being advanced.
Okay, Councilman
I
Blakely.
have no further
Council
questions. Thank you.
President,
All right, so we're going to move on to other council members.
Council President,
But before Councilwoman Vaughn, I'm going to recognize you, but I would like to throw a question back to Mr. Daniels. I remember when you were coming up for advice and consent, it was discussed at length of your expertise in redevelopment, which you brought none of that to the table. So we have a renowned attorney that have drafted this ordinance. So I'm just trying to determine how you can speak in length about an ordinance that Mr. Hoffman drew up based on his experience, his qualifications, and his resume, compatible to yours, having no experience in redevelopment at all. So I'm just a little perplexed here. Mr. Hoffman, can you weigh in here in reference to Mr. Daniels' comments in reference to the council and the liabilities that lie ahead? The council already has the authority by law as the redevelopment authority. So, Mr. Hoffman, could you please weigh in before Councilwoman Vaughn begin her questioning?
Yeah, I think that, the hypotheticals that were cited, I don't think are appropriate. I think that you have to believe that all municipal government and municipal council people are going to act in good faith and in the best interest of the citizens of Trenton. So they're going to establish a process, and they're going to have people with experience who will help negotiate agreements and bring it to them. And I think this is a policy issue. I was asked to do this. I think what I've done is legal, but it is a policy issue as to how the council wants to work with the redevelopment function. They have determined, or Trenton has determined, that they are the redevelopment entity. Now, in others that were cited, like New Brunswick and others, they have separate redevelopment agencies. So it's not really even with the administration. Those agencies have their own employees.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Now we're going to move straight to
Council President.
Councilwoman. We're going to move straight to Councilwoman Vaughn.
thank you, Council President. Before I move on, I just want to recognize Mr. Hoffman. And I want Mr. Hoffman to please share with Trenton and all its citizens that's on this line, its taxpayers, who are the owners of redevelopment property in this city. So the fact that the property, the primary property that we're looking to provide some governance over is owned by the taxpayers of Trenton. So we are the only body by law, as Mr. Hoffman has articulated, not a department within the administration. We are the duly elected entity and we act as the fiduciary responsibility of the assets of the taxpayers. So we are the rightful entity to provide that governance. So we are embarking on, for the first time in Trenton's history, like the other municipalities, to put some structure around our redevelopment competency. And this is in the best interest of the taxpayers, the owners of this property, and it's the best interest of the city to move the redevelopment agency and the competency forward. We have an expert here, Mr. Hoffman. He's the only expert. Certainly is not Mr. Daniels. Okay, he has no expert in redevelopment. Actually, he has no expert in economic development or professional urban planning. So we are working hard to put a structure in place, and Mr. Hoffman has taken the first step to do that. Now, I just want everybody to have the confidence that the city of Trenton, the government, the council here has put forward and hired the best renowned redevelopment attorney in the state of New Jersey, who is a partner with the Willens Law Firm, which is a top law firm in the state, if not the country. So, Mr. Hoffman, can you, I believe, Mr. Daniel cited New Brunswick as one of the foremost cities who have have a mature redevelopment agency and have progressed successfully in redevelopment of their city. So, Mr. Hoffman, can you tell us, share with us your background and your proven experience in the area, in the space of redevelopment, including your work with the city of New Brunswick.
In New Brunswick, the Housing Authority acts as the redevelopment agency, and our firm and me, since the 1970s, have been the redevelopment council. So we have negotiated agreements. We've rendered advice on at least 20 to 30 major projects, which in essence have cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We have gone through hotels, we've gone through residential, we've gone through industrial. We have done and that's since the Hyatt Hotel, which I started back in, I believe it was 1980. So it's over 40 years that we've been representing. And I think anybody who's been to New Brunswick can see that the redevelopment has been successful.
Yes. And I used to work at the Hyatt Hotel when I was an undergraduate at New Brunswick, in New Brunswick at Rutgers University. So I know the redevelopment history of that city. And I was pleasantly surprised that Mr. Hoffman was one of the attorneys that was a big part of that process. So we have Mr. Hoffman here in the city of Trenton. Mayor and council have contracted with him to help define our redevelopment and build our redevelopment process. And I just hope that we can all move forward, and the law director of the city of Trenton can get on board and meet with Mr. Hoffman to ensure that at least at a minimum, we are all compliant with the laws of redevelopment in the state, and to ensure that the city of Trenton, the owners of the redevelopment properties throughout this city are thoroughly represented, and processes and the framework is properly in place forevermore. Right? Forevermore, regardless of whether this council is in place, this mayor is in place, the economic development department is in place, the planning board is in place, all the entities that play a role in redevelopment will be defined as Mr. Hoffman moves forward to help us define and get caught up with the other municipalities like New Brunswick. So I think this ordinance is prudent. It's the first step. And Mr. Hoffman, and I hope the council president and the council vice president will share in the coming days that our goal is to define a redevelopment agency and put professionals in that agency to help us build out the expertise of redevelopment in this city. So no, the expertise does not belong in the economic development department. And I believe, Mr. Hoffman, would that be deemed a violation of the law if we relieve that, will it be prudent for us as a city, as a government, as citizens, to leave the redevelopment expertise in the hands of the economic development department as it is today? Would it be prudent, Mr. Hoffman, for us to do that?
It's a policy issue, Councilwoman Vaughn. It's an issue of policy. You know, if some towns have it in a redevelopment functions in the Department of Economic Development, others don't. It just depends on what policy you want to adopt. So I don't think it's a question of prudency. It's a question of policy and what's the best way to move Trenton forward in the redevelopment. And
now, my final question, having said that, but that policy is legally resides in the authority of the council to determine who gets to have such authority. Like if we decide to put that expertise in the Economic Development Department, or if we decide to move forward like New Brunswick and Ewing Township and develop a redevelopment agency, it is the council to set that policy. Is that what I'm hearing that you're saying?
Correct. And if you look at the code, it was the council who adopted the code that gave the powers originally to the Department of Housing and Economic Development. You adopted the ordinance that gave them the powers. If you adopted an ordinance that gave them the powers, I see no reason why, if as a matter of policy, it's not my decision, that you want to change the manner in which you're doing it, you can do it.
So it would not be prudent for the Economic Development Department to raise an ordinance to define the redevelopment agency or any other authority to represent redevelopment in the city of Trenton. Is that right? So the Economic Development Department has no power whatsoever to do such things, right? Or set policy. It is the council in this regard. Am I right?
The Department of Economic Development can give you recommendations, give you suggestions. The ultimate policy of who you're going to pick as the redeveloper, the redevelopment plan you're going to adopt, the redevelopment agreement, all lies with the council.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I concur with that. The council is duly elected in any municipality, and yes, the ultimate authority resides with us, and until at the time the voters chooses another council. Thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman. Thank you, Council President.
Yes, so is there any council member that have not been heard, would like to be heard?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
For the past 35 or so years, I have been waiting for development in Trenton. Those vacant buildings that used to house the manufacturing in Trenton, they have been vacant, most of them for some 45 years, some 50 years that I remember, and I have been waiting for redevelopment in Trenton. For the past 3.5 years, I have been in this council, and I have been waiting for redevelopment plans from the administration, from economic development. We have given economic development a lot of money to hire experts for this, experts for that, but I do not see the resource. So I feel that it's about time that we come up with a different idea to redevelop Trenton, because the way it is now, the status quo is not functioning at all. Not Mr. Daniels, is not. And I like Mr. Daniels a lot, but economic development is not going to disappear. The Office of Economic Department is not going to disappear because of this. To the contrary, it should work with us and in this endeavor. It should be part of the development process, not as it is right now, where they come up and take a walk on Stuyvesant Avenue, look at some buildings, and decide, let's redevelop this, let's get rid of this, let's condemn these buildings and redevelop from one day to the other, when there have been areas that are dilapidated for 40, 45 years. How come we have not been looking at that? Then we get, redevelopment plans for the Roblin complex. The same people, the same old people, they want to be developers coming from somewhere, I guess from the administration. They have their friends wants to be the developers now. Friends of the politicians. No, it's about time that we come up with something different. This present council is not going to be in too long. Well, we have 10 more months left probably. And this is for the future. This is a step in the right direction for the future. We are not going to be able to implement much right now, but we have to leave that for the future development of this city, because yes, I remember when New Brunswick was all destroyed. I remember when the Bronx was all destroyed. I remember Jersey City was all destroyed. I remember Hoboken, Newark, Camden. And I have seen in the past 40 years, I have seen the change. But not Trenton. Trenton has been going backwards, backwards, backwards. That's it. The last redevelopments for Section 8 projects, low-income housing, which I agree with, but we haven't gotten no small manufacturing, jobs. There's nothing because we don't have a plan. We don't announce anything. We don't, we haven't been doing that. We have been asking the administration for a plan since day one. Well, there was a plan to rehab 1,000 houses in 1,000 days. That's the only thing I heard. And we have not complied with that either. So what is the plan for economic development now? What is your plan, Mr. Daniels? You have been in for a few months, except for establishing Avenue. That's your plan? Because somebody took you to establish an avenue and say, well, we should tear these buildings down and have a developer come in. Come on, that's gentrification, Mr. Daniels. You know that. You're old enough. We are about the same age. And I believe that we should go forward with this, change it, and the council is going to work with economic development and whoever. So thank you.
Council President.
So
Council President.
moving forward, I would just like to say to the community at large, what the council is attempting to do here is to establish a redevelopment agency. That redevelopment agency would come with a list of professionals. The council could work with the administration in determining who those professionals will be, but moving forward, we want to place the redevelopment in the city of Trenton and with a redevelopment agency. Everyone on that board will come with a background of redevelopment, a background of planning, because you have to have a professional planner put in place. So all of these things will take place under the agency. And that's what this ordinance, the step what this ordinance is trying to do. It is allowing the council to move forward to create a redevelopment agency. And that's what New Brunswick has. That's what Patterson has. That's what Hoboken has. They function under a redevelopment agency. The council do not want to be that agency. We want to place those duties in the hands of professionals, and that's what this ordinance is about. And hearing no other colleagues, we're going to move forward, Mr. Hall.
Council President.
Mr. Harrison, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
yes.
Council President.
Yes, I didn't hear him. Go right ahead, Councilman.
For years, this has been done by the council regarding, redevelopment. I think this is a huge mistake. We had a special meeting the other day. Council members don't show up. We had a meeting about the radio room. Council members don't show up. But here we are. We had Rolling 2 on there for redevelopment. Got taken off. We got the cannabis industry that wants to come in the city. That's taken off. I think this is a big mistake. Mr. Daniels, could you again say why you think the council, there could be something regarding the council, why you wouldn't recommend this? Mr. Daniels.
Councilman, specifically, what question are you asking me?
I'm asking about, by doing this, does this, could there be, the council put themselves up for any kind of liability, lawsuit, anything, you know what I'm saying? This, by doing it the way it is done now, it goes through the economic development.
I would say, and I'm not offering this as a qualified expert opinion, that it just represents an inherent conflict of interest. If I might, sir, I'm not here to trifle with Council President or the council. Mr. Hoffman has already advanced that it's an either or. Either the council, if it so chooses to, could in fact create a redevelopment authority, or we could continue the way it is. You know, in some ways, by going forward, it just invalidates the considerable brain trust that council, the administration, the people of Trenton has invested in an entire department, a cadre of people, quite frankly, who rise and fall every day and give their blood, sweat, and tears towards the revitalization of the city, that has, quite frankly, have been waiting and looking forward to just an opportunity to be part of the metric that is the capital city being restored to the luster that, quite frankly, she deserves to be. I believe that moment is now, that an administration working with hand in hand with the council, chiefly through the Housing and Economic Development Department, that we sit down at the table, we look at the capital city, we plan her out for the next 5, 10, 15 years. We have a masterful document that this body has signed off on in the form of the Trenton 250 master plan. We have a land development ordinance that is still out for public opinion and review. All I'm simply saying is I'm on the side of arguing that the redevelopment function should stay within the department. I respect council's right and privilege, quite frankly, to say otherwise and to move otherwise. However, I feel as though, and again, you know, when I came up for advice and consent, one of the things that I did talk about was the fact that I was a contracting officer in the United States Air Force. Their cradle to grave projects, I talked about that, you know, so redevelopment is not new from that experience going all the way back to 1982. Redevelopment is not new to me, when you're talking about being a councilman for 7 years and 2 years serving as a mayor in West Hampton Township and bringing that type
So
of...
we would like to move on. We would like to move this ball down the road.
I understand, Council.
Council
thank
President?
No,
Council President?
Councilwoman Vaughn, I would like to move this
Okay.
on. I would like to move this one down. Mr. Hoffman, we thank you for your expertise. We thank you for your time this evening, and hopefully the residents in the city of Trenton will understand that this council is trying to move forward and establishing a redevelopment agency for the city of Trenton to have a board of experts that can deal with these matters, and that the city can begin to see some significant improvement as they have in New Brunswick under their redevelopment agency. Thank you so much, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you and good luck.
All righty. Mr. Thursday, right?
That's correct, ma'am. There's only a couple items that will be moved up to the docket tonight from voting. There'll be the financial documents that were discussed earlier. And also there's just a brief presentation by me for the ward maps. Do you want to go to the docket, or do you want me to do a brief presentation?
No. I think that you should do the ward maps. I think the ward maps are very important. We're about to embark on an election come November, and it's very important that we get this redistricting right. So, Mr. Conlon, if you're prepared to do your presentation, you may move forward with that. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I'm Matthew Conlon, I'm the city clerk. I am and have been elected by law. I'm a part of the ward map change committee. I was elected the chairman of that committee by the other members of the committee. We have at this time 5 scenarios. On December 20th, we had a meeting, which was the first meeting of the Board of Ward Commissioners. And we presented 3 scenarios on the City of Trenton website at trentonnj.org. Under the subcategory of elections, there are now 5 different scenarios for the ward map changes. I'm going to go over just a brief history, and then I'll show you the particular ward map changes real quick. So every 10 years there's a census. When the census shows us where the population changes are, we have to redesign the wards. There are 4 wards in Trenton, as everybody knows: north, south, east, and west. The wards cannot deviate from each other by more than 10% in population. So if they, after a 10-year census, we find that there is a deviation of more than 10%, we must realign the wards so that the wards are even. In this case, the ward in the West Ward, Ms. Vaughn's ward, has actually lost citizens and has too few citizens. And the East Ward actually has too many citizens in comparison. However, the East Ward sits between the East Ward and the West Ward have the North Ward sitting between them. So in order to make the adjustments, and I'm going to put up just the current map. This is the current City of Trenton ward map. Okay, and here is the South Ward, here is the North Ward, here is the East Ward, and here is the West Ward. Because the North Ward sits between the East and the West, and the East and the West are ones out of balance, we actually have to adjust these 3 wards. We're going to, the Board of Ward Commissioners has hired an engineering firm of Vernick and Reynolds, and they are assisting us with making these determinations. On January 10th, there is a second Board of Ward Commissioners meeting wherein we will review and select the Board of Ward Commissioners selection for changing the maps. There are now 5 scenarios. All 5 scenarios are listed at trentonnj.org. The link for the meeting should also be listed. I will double check to make sure it is. And I urge you, if you have any comments, to please come to that meeting. You may also submit comments to me, the city clerk, at trentonnj.org. I am specifically interested in hearing from our council members. This affects you. These proposals were done with the purpose of not disenfranchising any sitting council member from their seat, so as not to make overwhelming changes to your base and not to have you incur any difficulties, and that is part of the consideration. Because if we move somebody who's in the West Ward to the North Ward, or somebody from the North Ward to the East Ward, that definitely changes the way that the city is run. This is the current ward map for the City of Trenton. This right here is the boundary of the East Ward. This is the South Ward. This color here is the North Ward, and this is the West Ward. I'm going to bring up the scenario 1. So the scenario 1 to proposal to redraw the ward map, and I'll zoom in here a little bit. Scenario 1 here actually takes part of the 6th Ward of the North and moves it into the West Ward, and then takes part of the 12th Ward in the East and the 9th Ward and the 12th Ward in the East, and moves that, I believe, into the North, and then part of the 9th Ward down here will also be moved in to the North Ward. And these numbers right here are the population distributions after the redistribution, and they're all within 10% of each other. Once again, these maps are on the trentonnj.org website. If you would like a specific copy, please email me at clerk@trentonnj.org. And we email you the PDFs. You can also download them from the website. The second scenario that's being looked at and if you can zoom in when you download these maps to the street level. So let's get. Okay, this actually takes part of the 12th as well, and the 9th. And instead of taking the 6th Ward here, it takes part of the 6th again, The 7th and part of, I believe, the 3rd here. The 7th would become part of the north, and I believe down here. So the comparisons are up there, but the big changes are effectuated over here and over here, where the 7th would actually be moving into the north. Scenario number 3. Scenario number 3 likewise captures this little part of the North 6 and brings it in. There used to be a push out into here. It sort of boxes that off. Anybody knows that little thumb that sticks out into the West Ward from the north? That actually cuts that little thumb off and keeps that in the West Ward and moves part of the 6th. Over here, it becomes the 3rd that goes into the North Ward. And we go from there. And that would do. Now we have 2 new maps since the last meeting. This map is scenario number 4. And these have been uploaded to the website. Mr. Harris did confirm that. Just bear with me for the loading. This map actually takes part of the North 3rd and moves that into the West Ward along with part of the 6th here. Over here, it takes part of the 7th and I believe part of the 3rd and makes that adjustment there. There was a conversation about moving these wards over here into the North Ward. Unfortunately, it was determined that there are too many railroad impediments, too many highway impediments. It would make it really difficult for these voters, especially those who are trying to walk to their polling places. It would make it extremely difficult for these voters to get to their polling places. So these are the new scenarios. And once again, the biggest change here is this incorporates a part of the 3rd into the West Ward and then keeps the line, this cuts off part of the 7th, moves that into the West Ward, into the North Ward, and then part of the 12th from the East Ward into the North Ward. So this is scenario number 4. Once again, this is on the City of Trenton Elections website. You can zoom in at the street level. These are PDFs. They're not overwhelmingly large, but they take a second to load. This is the 5th scenario, and it's actually very similar. If you just bear with us. Okay, so this is the 5th scenario. And once again, this brings part of the 6th and part of the 3rd in. And this actually brings part of the 7th in and a different part of, I believe, this actually does incorporate some of the 1st and some of the 2nd into here. I actually, personally have concerns with this. I'll discuss those at the meeting. I'm specifically concerned with the railroad impediments and the highway impediments for these voters. But this is the scenario that I was also discussing. So they took part of the 7th, part of this here, and then part of the 2nd and the 1st up here, and then moving them accordingly. The scenario is to the North Ward. For the 6th Ward, it would be taking part of the 3rd district and moving that and porting that over into the West Ward with the 6th. So these are pretty static changes. The changes that are going to occur here are actually going to come, mostly occur from down here in the 3rd and the 6th. There is one scenario that incorporates the 10th. I don't necessarily know how much support that has from the Board of Ward Commissioners. I would definitely like to hear the opinions of the citizens of the City of Trenton, especially those voters who know what wards and districts they're in and want to either not be moved or want to express concerns with the moving. I also specifically would like to hear from our council members. Your opinion on this is actually very important to me because nobody knows the city better than the members of the city council. And you know your voters, you know street by street, block by block, almost in many cases person by person, and you know who is going to be most affected by this. And I would like to hear your opinions with regard to these 5 scenarios. Council President, just the last thing I say is if anybody would like the meeting link, please visit the elections website. I'll make sure, I believe it is up there. I'll make sure tomorrow. You can also email me, clerk@trentonnj.org. I thank you very much for your time, Council President.
So,
Hello, I have a question.
Mr. Conlon,
Yes, ma'am.
the only thing that I would suggest to you is that once the council weighs in and the public weighs in and the changes are put in place, that the community get the information long before October or November, because in previous instances, when the districts have changed, the people in the North Ward did not know that they were now considered the East Ward. The people in the South Ward did not know that they were considered the North Ward. So once the changes have been put in place, we have to send out some type of mass mailing or get this information out to the community so that the voters will know that their district have changed and where their polling locations actually are. That is the only recommendation that I have once this is put in place.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, ma'am. Statutorily, this process must be completed, I believe, by the 20th of January. At a short time thereafter, after we are done with the wards, any district changes that need to be done will actually be done by the Board of Elections themselves. The clerk is involved in as much as the actual wards. The district change levels will actually be done at the Board of Elections level by themselves. They don't include the clerk in that process. But when the ward maps and the district maps are completed, I, as the city clerk for the city of Trenton, will ensure that that there will be a heavy notice campaign. I want to keep as many voters going to the polls as is humanly possible, and I love the fact that we have a healthy and robust voting populace here on election day. When I'm out at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and I see the city waking up, I see people at the polling places waiting, and that's a good sign, and I'd like to keep that going. So,
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Mr. Collins, just a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's my understanding when you're realigning the ward, you can't disenfranchise a sitting council person from the ward. And District 6 in the North Ward is where I live. So
yeah, and they're not, I don't believe it affects Jackson, the street that you live on. Is not actually included in any of the changes. The 6 is not really affected by any of the scenarios, especially where where you live. The 3rd it has the biggest effects on it. The 3rd, the 6th in the north, and the 10th. But the specific location where you live is not actually being moved over, and nor is that.
Millhill used to be in the South Ward, and then they moved us to the North Ward, and I don't think it's a smart move to now move them into the West Ward.
Yeah, no, Mill Hill is not actually being contemplated for moving at all, and I believe in any of the scenarios. And also, specifically, this was done in the first Board of Ward Commissioners meeting. We specifically discussed, and the engineering firm gave us the legality of not disenfranchising sitting council persons, which is what I mentioned at the top. So that's also why I want to hear from you all, just because I want this to be parsed out as evenly and fairly as possible within the boundaries of what we can do. There are certain state laws that have impediments which require certain natural boundaries to be used, et cetera, certain locations of polling places, certain locations within 1,000 feet. The scenarios that we have done have been done with the utmost of care to try to preserve as many of the original polling places as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I just thank you, Council President. I just want to also ask Mr. Collins to expound or share some of his knowledge pertaining to not only preserving the council persons or elected officials voting, electoral district. But also, one of the goals of the committee, if I'm not mistaken, is to ensure that certain voting blocks are not diluted, certain populations, maybe Hispanic community or streets that are heavily African American, Hispanic, Polish, or whatever have you, are not diluted. And also certain voting blocks aren't created or aggregated, right?
That's an excellent point.
So if you can explain that to us, the citizens of Trenton, and explain what
Sure.
the committee is taking steps to ensure that doesn't happen as well.
So that's actually an excellent point, and I'm going to actually bring up one of the scenarios here to illustrate what my concern is here. Specifically, there's a couple things. This is one of the few areas when it comes down to actually the redistricting level that they can take into account of race and community makeup and keeping certain segments of communities together so that they don't lose their political voting power, so that they can continue to protect their neighborhoods, unless it's just really out of balance and out of whack, in which case, then they do look at it. In this case, specifically, the goal is to preserve communities, to preserve the nature of those communities in as much as it is possible while staying within the rules and the guidelines of, what boundaries we can use for wards. Specifically, and let me put this back up here, what my concern is here is the separation out of these communities up here and moving them into the ward. And to a certain extent, the part of the seventh tier is a concern. And what they did was they actually only took a part of it, left this in here, and then drew the district boundary there. Vernick and Reynolds on January 10th, which is next Monday at 6 p.m. The meeting starts then. Can explain, in more detail about what legal requirements they have for keeping preservation of actual current existing boundaries and wards, and what natural boundaries they are obligated by and must keep. But we did discuss at the Board of Ward Commissioners meetings preserving actual communities and preserving the makeup of those communities so that they are truly represented the way that they have been going forward. So thank you. We did take that into consideration. I believe Mr. Blakely had a question, Council President.
Yes, I have a question regarding is the inmate population at the state prison included in the city census?
Likewise, that is an excellent question. So that is actually the biggest change this year. And the biggest change this year is that the inmate population at Trenton State Prison will no longer be included in our census. Those inmates will actually be included and counted in the communities from which they arrived before being incarcerated in Trenton. Likewise, those that are incarcerated in the southern state and the other inmate facilities throughout the state or in other places will be reincorporated into Trenton's census. The South Ward was, and as it turns out, the effect wasn't substantial because the loss of those inmates that are in Trenton State Prison did not really affect the numbers of the South Ward dramatically, and nor did the influx of counting the inmates from all over the state. But thank you, Mr. Blakely. That is a big change from this year, that the inmates who actually are housed here will not be counted in the census for the purposes of Trenton, but those inmates abroad who are actually housed other places will. And that actually scatters them pretty evenly throughout the city so as not to throw the numbers off.
Okay, and also can you tell, for the benefit of the public, who comprises the Board of Ward Commissioners?
So statutorily, the Board of Ward Commissioners is comprised of the Trenton City Clerk, and the 4 appointed Board of Election Commissioners. That's Mr. Anthony Conti, Ms. Jill Moyer, Ms. Mary Corrigan, and Mr. Jennings.
How many are residents of the city of Trenton?
I am not sure.
Could you say those names again?
It is Anthony Conti, who was actually a city clerk in the city of Trenton, Mary Corrigan, Jill Moyer, and Mr. Martin Jennings.
Okay. Are there any African Americans on the Board of Ward Commissioners?
It is not selected by race. It's selected.
No. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just asking, is there any African Americans on this board?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Are there any Hispanics on this board?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And there are no Trenton residents on this board either. Correct. I don't.
No.
So,
Okay,
I'm
so
really.
That actually doesn't have anything to do with my presentation.
Sir, I'm asking a question.
Sure.
You gave me an answer. I'm a little concerned that a decision that is going to impact Trenton residents has no representation from, the majority, 80% of this, 90% of this community actually is either Black or Latino. And the fact that we don't have any representation on this board or anyone who even lives in Trenton is very disturbing to me. And I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, Council President, that you would like me to entertain questions from?
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
At the beginning, Madam President mentioned that there were mistakes. I found that out when I was running for council, especially from the designations of 2010. Since from 2010 to 2018, there were problems in some districts. They redistrict, they switch the lines, but they didn't switch the voters from the voting places. And people were going to vote, and they were told, "Oh, you're not in the list." No, because they were in the list of a different polling place, a different district, and it happened mainly from between the north and south ward around Foreman Street, around that area there. That's where I found out because a voter contacted me, told me, well, my father wants to vote for the south ward, but the two names that came out in this ballot, the sample ballot, was Marsh Carver and Argenon Ward and another lady. So
I hear your concern.
So we have to fix that up because we have to go, at that time, we have to go to court. Argenon Ward was running for the North, and him and I, did that, and it was switched right away. But still, it deprived a lot of people from voting because people got disgusted. I said, at the last minute, they told, well, you have to go here, you have to go there. I want to avoid that because I believe that the Board of Elections didn't change that.
Yeah, and a lot of this function that you're talking about, the registration and the redistricting, will actually be done by the Board of Elections. For those districts that are going to be changed, for example, last year during the general election, right before actually this past primary, and then again before the general election, before the primary, the County Board of Elections mandated that I changed 3 polling places. That was about 4 weeks before the election for various compliance issues, and they actually have the power to do that if they vote collectively. So they mandated that, and we actually in this office did an every door direct to each and every registered voter who was eligible to vote at that primary for those voting districts that were affected for those for the movement of those polling places. I don't want anybody to be left out, to be left behind, to be disenfranchised. I think there is a lot of impediments that are being placed before voters, and I would like to not participate in that process. I want to make sure. That's why I'm asking you all if you would like to come to that meeting on January 10th. I will email the link out to the council because, once again, I want to hear your opinions. Your opinions definitely on this matter specifically. I believe that will address Mr. Blakely's concerns. The makeup of the committee is statutory. It's the 4 Board of Election commissioners. They are appointed, I believe, you should turn to the county governor. I sit on it to represent the interests of the city of Trenton in my professional capacity as the city clerk and as the chief administrator of elections. And that's why I'm actually turning to you. I want you to have your input, not only on your own behalf or your districts, but also on behalf of your constituency so that they are heard. You will hear, I know several of you have been putting out these, some of these maps on social media, and I fully and strongly encourage that. Please, I definitely want to hear from as many people as possible. And if necessary, I will move to pend any voting. I'm only one member. There's other members of the commission, but I would move if everybody's not happy to have a third meeting, vote to have a third meeting, and vote to even take more results from many people. So it is important that the citizens of the city of Trenton be heard, that the various political groups within the city of Trenton be heard as far as to make up, as Ms. Vaughn pointed out, of certain communities and for certain community blocks. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson also likewise pointed out, the relevancy of the Mill Hill community. No one wants to split those communities in half, and any proposal that splits a community like that in half, I definitely have trouble with. So, but that's my personal thing as one of the Board of Ward Commissioners, and I'll vote accordingly. You can send any of your concerns in writing, and I will put them into the record to clerk at trentonNJ.org as well. Council President, unless there's more questions, that's all I have.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Collin, and we may continue with the
docket. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let me put this back up.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
But before we get started, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
I want to be very careful that I'm, coloring inside the lines when I ask this question. A few weeks ago, we voted to have a hearing regarding the performance of Mr. Conlon.
I have not been rice noticed for this meeting.
I'm not. Can you please not interrupt me? Can you please not interrupt me? Can you please not interrupt me?
This is a point of order, though, ma'am.
Can you please not interrupt me? I'm literally asking a question.
Which you must, in order to ask that question, rice notice me.
No. President McBride, I have a
directly
question.
Discussing my employment, sir.
I'm not. I am not.
Mr. Conlon.
It's disrespectful.
Where's Mr. Bridges?
Yes, Council President, I'm here.
Yes, how do we proceed with this line of questioning?
There is no rice notice issued for this meeting. Therefore, there cannot be any substantive discussion with respect to... Excuse me? Did someone say something?
No, go right ahead.
In any event, there can be no substantive conversation about Mr. Collins' performance. I think if there's a question with respect to procedure or dates.
Collins left the meeting.
I think he's here. I just think he's on mute, Councilwoman. So with that caveat, there can be absolutely no discussion about Mr. Collins' performance as he has not been rice noticed. If it's a question about a date for a hearing, that would be okay, but anything beyond that would not be permissible in any way, shape.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking about a date. A date.
No, I don't see Mr. Collins. I'm kind of nervous here. We don't have a clerk.
I see a picture of him with a mask on, and he's muted. I don't know if he left his desk, but
I don't see him. Wait a minute. You do see him? Okay. I don't see him.
So I'm just asking for, do we have a date to move forward? We all voted in favor of having, addressing this, and the report is back. And I just want to know, have we determined a date, and when will we determine a date?
Well, we'll when Mr. Kaloji comes in on Thursday, we'll get with Mr. Kaloji, which is our attorney, and we'll move forward from there.
Thank you,
and
President
everybody
Wright.
will be emailed. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All righty. Docket.
Yes, ma'am. There are two ordinances for public hearing and reading. Ordinance first 21-29, the bond ordinance amending bond ordinance number 10-34, finally adopted by the City Council of the City of Trenton, the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, on June 17, 2010, to amend sections 3A and 4 therein.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Madam President, the administration has requested that this ordinance be tabled indefinitely.
Which one is that? Let me circle it. Mr.
21-29, which is the one for the bond ordinance for the water department.
Mr. Collin, can you put it up on the screen for me, please?
And in ordinance 21-30, we also would like to have that one tabled.
So, Mr. Collin, don't we have to wait until Thursday to actually table both of these, or?
I mean, theoretically, you can, because it's a public hearing, it would be most proper to wait to the public hearing and then adjourn the public hearing at that point in time to a later date, to an indefinite date, and table it at that time. And, I mean, it's only because we have advertised a public hearing, so anybody who does show up for the public hearing should receive the same notice at the meeting. So we should actually do it.
So, on Thursday, we should table it then?
Well, if that's the council's wishes, the administration's requesting it, that's the rest of it is up to you all, as to what and why and
All righty. So we could table it on Thursday.
Yeah, because they were both introduced.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead,
Council President, can't administration just pull these two?
They were both past introduction, so they were both voted on by council. So I'd rather check with Mr. Kaloji before we just sort of go, hey. And they were at a public hearing. So theoretically, according to the rules, we can adjourn a public hearing to any later date, and that's probably the most proper way to do it. But I'll ask Mr. Kaloji between now and Thursday evening.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. So you may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. First, we have resolution. Council President, did you want to take the resolutions for the financial stuff at the top, or do you want to do those at the back end?
Well, I thought that the mayor issued a executive order.
I don't necessarily know that. I mean, you should really talk to Mr. Cruz and Mr. Zielinski as to whether they can actually wait on that. So I'll defer to them.
No. I'm just trying to be clear on what occurred. The mayor asked us to call a special meeting on Friday, and we, in turn, said that we would have the special meeting as long as it was in reference to the three budget items. But he didn't want that. He wanted the whole docket, which wasn't emergent. So I don't know where we stand at with this. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of what those shenanigans was about. I just don't understand it. If there's an executive order, then what are we talking about? I need to be clear on what's going on.
Madam President, either Mr. West or myself can explain that if you're okay with that.
Yeah, either one of you.
Law Director, would you like me to explain it?
I would, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so Madam President, thank you for the opportunity. So the executive order actually, what the executive order did is that it gave us the ability for us to be able to transfer funding within our accounting process in our system to be able to have money to meet the 12 o'clock this afternoon deadline to be able to meet payroll. Now, the action from the council still has to happen just to have it marbleized into our system. But the action was taken just so that we can move money so that the action so that people can get paid on Thursday.
So Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
When you spoke with Mr. Zielinski last week in reference to the payroll, what information were you given in reference to the payroll in the council in tonight?
Mr. Zielinski informed me that so long as the council passed a resolution tonight, and that we had signed it to him tomorrow morning, that there would be no issue with the payroll.
Okay, so
Yes, Madam President.
excuse
I'm
me,
sorry.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes.
Yeah, so
And she did offer the meeting, the special meeting with the 3 items like you requested, and it was declined.
Thank you. Okay, so I was just trying to get some clarity on what actually took place and why it had taken place. Basically having nothing to do with the payroll, because Mrs. Zelinski assured Mr. Conlon that if we voted on these matters tonight, which is permittable, and Mr. Conlon had me to sign them this evening, that everything would move forward without any complications. And now, I'm hearing, hey, we did this emergency executive order, and I'm just trying to determine whether or not that was even called for. So, Mr. Conlon, you could move the Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually questioning the legality of the executive order, since it was not an emergency, since we were advised
It was an
would
emergency.
be plenty of time for us tonight to pass these resolutions, and the funding would be there for everybody to get paid on Thursday. So I'm not sure about this executive order. Is that giving the mayor carte blanche to do that every time he wants to move money around and we don't have a council meeting?
So Madam President.
No. This is the council's meeting. So what we will do is we'll wait until Mr. Kaloji gets here. Maybe we could forward all of our questions to Mr. Kaloji this evening, so he will be prepared to get some answers for us tomorrow. Is that good with you, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, I want to vote on the financial stuff tonight, for sure.
There is vital information that the clerk is withholding, and he is not
making
you aware.
Mr. Cruz,
That's not true,
Mr.
Mr. Cruz.
It is true. It is true.
That's slander, sir.
It is
I'm not
true.
withholding any vital information.
Whoa.
It is true.
Point of order.
You're a liar, sir.
You are.
Mr. Cruz, I called a point of order. This is a council's meeting, and all of this disrespect will not be tolerated this evening. We're going to handle this docket no matter what the shenanigans are and what you guys are trying to do. We're going to move the docket forward. We need information from Mr. Kaloji that is not in this session this evening due to traveling. And so we don't have our attorney to give us an unbiased opinion, legal opinion. So what we're going to do is we're going to just move forward with this actual, with the process, because the way I see it, if the executive order was a real executive order, then you wouldn't need the council's vote, because the executive order would stand for all of that. So being that it doesn't, and being that we are all clear, we will take the necessary steps to make sure that the funding is there. Do we need to place that vote this evening, Mr. Conlon?
Yeah, I was advised by Mr. Zelinski that we should definitely vote on these this evening.
This evening?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so we'll take the vote on these this evening. What are the 3 items that we should be voting on this evening?
They are, I believe, and Mr. Cruz can confirm, resolutions 21-565, 21-566, and 21-567.
Let me just go check.
Council President?
Those are the utilities, municipal budget, resolution authorizing temporary utility and funding, resolution authorizing the transfer to be made, and then the resolution making temporary current budget appropriations to the municipal budget. So Mr. The thing that I want to ask, in moving these items forward, shouldn't the budget have been introduced to us? Why are we going into 2022 doing emergency appropriations and the budget haven't even been introduced to the council. Shouldn't we have an introduced budget, being that we were on a 6-month calendar year and the end of our fiscal year was December the 31st? I just need to know that from Mr. Zelinski. Is Mr. Zelinski on the line?
He was earlier, ma'am. Yes, he is.
Madam President,
Mr.
I can answer that question.
I was asking Mr. Zelinski, your name, you're representing Mr. Zelinski now?
Well, it pertains to the budget, and the budget falls under the business administrator.
So go right ahead. I just wanted to know why why the budget haven't been introduced, and we're beginning the year, our fiscal year with emergency transfers, emergency appropriations, when we should be basically going to approve a budget by, at least the budget should have been introduced to us. That's my question.
Yeah, no, Madam President. So when you move to a calendar year, all municipalities that are doing calendar year budgets statutorily must introduce a budget. I believe is by the second meeting in February. I am sure we will be getting, if we have not gotten, a local finance note actually from DCA stating the actual dates that these introductions must take place by. The city is actually ready to introduce before those dates or on at least the last meeting that is permitted by the Department of Community Affairs. But all municipalities to begin the year normally begin, and the reason why we're doing this in January, not December, is because of the hiccup that we had with the meeting back in December 23rd. But normally we close the year, municipalities close the year actually doing emergency appropriation so that bills get paid in the beginning of the year. To cover for the budget not being introduced, and the state allows for municipalities to actually do the appropriation of 26.25% for the first 3 months of the year. And of course, those get extended depending as to whether the municipality has introduced and adopted a budget. And so that's how it's done.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
You're welcome.
Mr. Conlon, you may move forward to
Council President?
items. Yes.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
My question is, did Mr. Collin receive an email 11 a.m. for Mr. Zelinski about this special hearing?
When?
Excuse me. About the special hearing, about the transfers that need to be made.
When?
On the day of the hearing.
I don't know. It was a day off. I mean, I can't recall. I've gone through 300 emails before then. I did speak directly with Mr. Zelinski on the telephone. I know it was him. I recognize his voice. He was in his office. We had an extensive conversation of about 15 minutes. That's what I am basing my information on. So if he did send an email afterwards, and I went through it while I was going through emails, then I'm sorry, it wasn't. But I'm not withholding anything from the council. Why Mr. Zelinski wouldn't have sent that directly to the council, I'm unaware. But I had a very extensive conversation with Mr. Zelinski, and I relayed the information immediately via email to the council. So, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what your point is, sir, because I didn't withhold information from the council.
He sent an email at 11 a.m. saying that transfers need to be made. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. What we're trying to
Why doesn't
do
it matter?
is move this meeting forward because it's already been clarified. So we're trying to move this meeting forward.
How's it clarified,
with the three resolutions that they want us to vote on this evening, so that they can do whatever it is that they need to do.
Council President? Can I ask one quick question, please? About the budget? I think Mr. Cruz is incorrect about the dates of introduction versus approval. He said that the administration, the mayor, does not have to introduce the budget until February the 2nd. And municipalities that are on the calendar fiscal year, January 1st through to December 31st, must complete the budget statutorily by February 10th, I believe. The statute states. That means approved, submitted to DCA. So we should already the mayor should have already introduced the budget. The date.
Thank you.
Somebody is talking that, needs to be muted. But the date that Mr. Cruz is stating is incorrect, I believe. And can Mr. Kaloji come back on Thursday to give us the dates of when the budget should be received from the mayor to the council, and when it needs to be submitted? Pardon me? Excuse me?
I was going to ask you to submit your questions to Mr. Kaloji.
Yeah, I know. I just want to go on the record that Mr. Cruz is incorrect about those dates. And that's very significant because here we are, we're asking for emergency appropriations, and there are some contingencies that are in place and per statute, and we haven't seen a budget, as you stated. So, and then he comes to the public and tells us that, they're in compliance and the budget's not supposed to be introduced until, he said, February 2nd, and that's just statutorily incorrect. Misinformation. And I want Mr. Kaloji to come and tell us what dates municipalities that's on a calendar fiscal year are obligated to complete their municipal budget. Complete the municipal budget. Okay? And I believe the mayor is in violation at this point. He has not introduced the budget to this council yet.
Madam President.
No. I want to hear from
Mr. Collins.
I already heard from Mr.
Well,
Mr. Collins can speak.
Let Mr. Collins put it in writing to Mr. Kaloji so that Mr. Kaloji will be prepared to submit an answer for us on Thursday. And so now we are going to move these three resolutions forward. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cruz, do you need any more than 565, 556, and 567?
Those are the three for this for the budget. No, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move. Official action is about to be taken. First, we have Resolution 21-565, a resolution authorizing temporary utility fund appropriations prior to the final adoption of the calendar year 2022 municipal utility budgets of the City of Trenton, New Jersey. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second, I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Mr. Collins, did you write the vice chair's question down to Mr. Kaloji about the executive order? Could you put that in writing to Mr. Kaloji so he'll be prepared to answer that on Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We may continue for the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have resolution.
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I need to put a signature on those resolutions this evening?
If you want me to, I can run them right after the meeting, and then I can have them back here, and they can get them first thing in the morning.
All righty.
That work for you?
Yes, it'll work.
And if it runs too late, I'll bring them to you first thing in the morning. I know you have the
All
chance.
righty. I'm up. I'm up at 6:30 anyway. So.
Yeah, no. So it depends on how late we run tonight. If it's not too late, we'll run them out tonight. Next, resolution 21-566. This is a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the acting director of finance of the fiscal year 2021 appropriations. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, actually was first. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Oh, Mr. Collin, Paul Harris is right around the corner. He could deliver them this evening. What you say about that, Paul? You think you could bring them by? Mr.
Yes. Yeah.
I hate to put you on the spot.
Ma'am, I have no problem. I'll
I can bring them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got him. This way they come right back to the office. I appreciate it, Mr. Harris. Thank you. But
Okay.
5 minutes out of my way. I do have an introduction by Mr. Blakely and a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Continue with the vote. Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have Resolution 21-56, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Blakely.
Mhm. You may continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution carries by a vote of 7-0. So ordered.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Just entering my notes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Moving to the top of the docket. First, we have resolutions from the city clerk's office. This is resolution 21-547, a resolution designating the official newspaper for all newspapers for all municipal notices and advertising. This is an annual that is required to be run at the top of the year in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Let me put it up. This is the same as we adopted with the changes last year. Floor is open.
President, can I add an amendment?
To the calendar?
No, to the official newspaper.
Could you add an amendment? First, we will have to agree upon the amendment.
Well,
You need to put your
I'm
suggestions.
aware of that.
Mhm.
I'm aware of that.
All righty. Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. I would like to add the Trentonian to this official newspapers and a resolution. I would, think it would be proper.
You can vote for the amendment to add the amendment on Thursday, sir.
We can't add it on now.
No, it would actually have to be voted on, and this is the conference workshop. You can discuss it amongst yourselves, but the formal motion could actually be made on Thursday if you want to add the Trentonian. The last resolution that I have actually excluded the Trentonian, so this is the resolution that was carried forward. If you would like to add the Trentonian, unless I have a consent of the council president, vice president, and everybody else, the proper time for this venue would actually be to make the procedural motion on Thursday when the matter comes up for consideration.
I have a question, Council President.
Just go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Actually, it's to my colleague, Councilman Blakely, regarding the same resolution 21-547, designating official newspapers. The last time we took a vote, and I believe the vote was supermajority to not use the Trentonian for various reasons. And I remember Councilman Blakely spoke very eloquently about the reasons not to include the Trentonian. I'm just interested to know, Councilman Blakely, if you would like to share, maybe today or tomorrow, what's the reason why you have changed your viewpoint? Because, again, you voted not to have the Trentonian, and you made some very pointed remarks, and I agreed with your remarks. And I just want to know what changed and why, if you can share.
Absolutely, Councilwoman Vaughn. Do I have the floor, President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So I did indeed change my mind on this issue. I believe as much as I may have problems with aspects of the Trentonian's coverage, I will acknowledge the fact that they are the really only significant daily newspaper that is covering city government and city issues to any degree. And I just think that I'm sure that they have a greater publication or circulation rather than the Times of Trenton. And I just feel that the Times of Trenton is just, for many reasons are really don't cover the city, particularly city government, in any sort of comprehensive way. And whereas I will say that I have, concerns about the Trentonian, I still acknowledge that they are a newspaper and that my personal opinion of the Trentonian and some of their coverage should not influence my decision regarding their suitability to carry municipal notices and advertising. And so that is the reason why, as I said, I still have my own personal and that's also professional opinion of the Trentonian, but I still feel that that would not be proper to allow my personal opinion of the newspaper to influence their ability to carry municipal notices and advertising, particularly because they are, quite frankly, the de facto major newspaper in the city because of, and like I said, I'm not making a character assessment of the Times of Trenton. The newspaper industry is, in really is in a very troubled state. And so I'm sure that has a lot to do why the Times of Trenton does not cover municipal government in the way that it has in the past. But as I mentioned, the Trentonian does, and I think they would be an appropriate organ of municipal notices and advertising, notwithstanding my personal concerns around the tenor of some of their commentary and news as relates to the city of Trenton. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we will this be roll called, or I'm assuming Mr. Blakely would like this roll call?
Well,
Yeah.
if he's adding an amendment, we will have to vote on that amendment.
Yes.
Correct. So that'll be roll call, just clarifying. Next, we have Resolution 21-548. This is a resolution seeking a referendum on reclassification of the Trenton Local School District from Type 1 to Type 2, and it's not typed on there yet. This is Ms. Vaughn's resolution. I will get that typed on and get it uploaded. Sorry.
And it's co-sponsored by Councilman Rodriguez as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I would like
Council
to roll
President?
call that.
Yes, roll call, yes. And Council President, can I speak on this one?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want it seems to be a misunderstanding as to the rationale of this resolution. This resolution, I just want to make clear that this is not the referendum. This does not change the classification of the school district as it is today. The only way we could change that is by on the ballot, which would happen November, I believe, the 1st or the 8th. Mr. Collins, when is the general election for the city of Trenton? November the 1st or the 8th? Is it first? The Constitution says it's the first Tuesday of November.
Hold on 1 second, and I'll get on the November calendar. It's the first Monday after the first. It's the first Tuesday after the first Monday, so it'll be the 8th. Because the Tuesday is the first, it would be, so that won't qualify. It'll be November 8th, Tuesday, November 8th, ma'am.
Yeah. So this resolution proposes to place, we're asking the city council, the 7 members here, to approve a referendum, a question to be put to the voters of the city of Trenton as to whether they would like their school district to move from its current appointed model to an elected model, an elected board. So this referendum only right now doesn't require citizen input. It requires the approval of the council to put a question to the citizen, the electorate of the city of Trenton, to determine whether or not to change the school board as it is today. And we have until, if this resolution was to get approved by the council members, and the question goes to referendum, we will have 11 months up until November the 8th to have debate, to do research, to have community forums as to whether which type would best suit the city of Trenton, its residents, its children at this particular time in our history. So that's all I want to say, and I hope my council members support the referendum and believe that it should be the voters that choose how their school district should be run and represented. Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-549. This is a resolution reappointing Ann LeBate as a commissioner of the Trenton Parking Authority.
President,
You may continue.
Roll call.
no,
Yeah.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Conlon, the resolution states the appointing of Ann Labette. It should be reappointing.
Yeah, I can make that. I actually made the change in the title. I see where it says appointed. We are actually appointing her. It's a semantic thing. I can add the word "re" in front of that to make that correct.
All right, thank you.
Can we roll call that, please?
Yes, it actually is being
Yes.
called. Would you like me to proceed, Madam President, or is there?
Yes,
more to-
please.
Next, we have Resolution 21-550, a resolution appointing Dr. Joseph I. Mammon as a commissioner of the Trenton Parking Authority.
A roll call that as well.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Next, we have Resolution 21-551, a resolution reappointing Samuel K. Tompo as Commissioner of the Trenton Parking Authority.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next, we have Resolution 21-552, a resolution appointing Nancy Ugaldi as a Commissioner of the Trenton Parking Authority.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, I will proceed. Next, we have Resolution
Yes.
21-553, a resolution reappointing Harry Reyes as Commissioner of the Trenton Parking Authority.
Roll call.
Roll
Yes,
call.
sir. Next, we have Resolution 21-554, a resolution reappointing Andrew Warwick as a Commissioner of the Trenton Parking Authority.
Roll call also.
Yes, sir. Next, we have Resolution 21-555. This will be executive session on Thursday at the request of the attorneys. And it was advertised properly before 48 hours before the meeting. The executive session is Trenton versus MPS versus Council et al. That'll be the next executive session item that'll go off at the top of the hour for the attorneys, or at the top of the half hour when we commence. That will be roll call.
Yeah, I'm Council President. May I speak?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Mr. Collins, on the updated docket that you sent out, it doesn't have the description of what you just described of what the content of the executive session will be. It just has executive session.
Yeah, on the agenda, we put executive session, and then the resolution has the specifics. So under the Open Public Meetings Act, I actually have it up on the screen now, for Resolution 21-555. The public copies were updated to add this fourth item, Trenton MPS v. Council, et al., docket number L-2244-21, Mercer County Superior Court. So that is the addition.
Okay.
Council President, may I make a brief statement about the appointments to the Parking Authority that were just read? I had my hand up.
Well, Mr. Bridges, we're past that.
I know my hand was up. I just wanted to make a very quick point with respect to those. If you prefer, I could put it in a memorandum to you for your consideration on Thursday.
Yes, would you do that, please?
I would be happy to. I'll circulate it this evening or first thing tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is a housekeeping issue. This is a repeat of resolution that we passed in June when the calendar flipped over and we ran out of dates, which was Resolution 21-302. This is the annual meeting notice. By January 10th, I must pass the resolution which sets out for the public the annual meeting notice for the city of Trenton, and then send it submitted to the newspapers. So that's what this resolution is for your explanation. So this is at the city clerk's office. And Mr. Kaloji had reminded me to send out the annual meeting notice as well. He'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have. Would you like this on the consent agenda or roll call? It's the same meeting schedule we currently have that we've already voted on. It's just I have to re-advertise it at the top of the year by January 10th. Actually, by January 7th.
All right. It could be part of the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Administration, Adam Cruz. First, we have Resolution 21-556, a resolution reporting the receipt of $160 for the City of Trenton, Trenton Public Library for computer equipment through an online surplus auction through New Jersey State Contract number 19GNSV1-00696 T2581.
Madam President,
Go right ahead,
I have,
Councilman Rodriguez.
I have a question about that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
$160 for computers?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought it was going to be 160,000 or 1,600, but 160 for computers. Okay, I have no problem with it, but I just wanted the clarification.
Council President, how would you like to proceed?
It could be consent.
Yes, ma'am.
Reporting.
Next, we have Resolution 21-557, a resolution exercising the final option to extend the contract for an additional 6 months to Claims Resolution Corporation for third-party administrative services for liability claims, workers' compensation claims management, and loss control services from January 1, 2022 to June 30, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $60,500 through competitive contract 2019-05.
It could be part of the consent agenda if no one have any
Yes, ma'am.
objection.
Next, we have Resolution 21-558. This is a resolution for member participation in a cooperative pricing system, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to enter into the New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Alliance Cooperative Pricing Agreement Resolution number.
Roll call that, Mr.
Yeah, and I think, Adam, I think that's just a typo there, the resolution number. I think they were actually looking for, I think it's a template, somebody just left that in, so you can correct that if you want before Council President called for that to be roll call. Any other comment or questions?
Yes, Madam President, that we are already in this thing, right?
We're asking you to be added for the 6-month period, sir.
But I thought that we were under that, the state, whatever.
Yeah, there are a number of cooperative pricing arrangements throughout the state that the city can actually sign up for. There's state level ones, there's county ones, there's individual municipalities that form cooperative corporations. And they all actually, I believe, have to be approved by the state, but Mr. Cruz and Mr. Zielinski can speak more in depth as to those.
Yeah, Madam President, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. The reason why we got to do this is because we want to be part of the co-op, the Bergen County Co-op. They have a vendor that provides most of our licenses for a lot of the software that we procure for the city's computer systems. SHI. We procure equipment. We procure licenses, computer software, hardware, and accessories. And it appears that this, for some reason, this co-op's, I guess, membership expires every so many years. And so so we have to, I guess, after so many years, we have to go back and reapply again. From what I'm reading, it appears that is how it's set up. And that's the reason why I guess we got to continue to apply after so many years.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cruz, for that.
Thank you.
Adam, isn't it, from what I recall, the lowest guaranteed price in the state?
But yes, because the state actually, the county, Bergen County is the lead agency with this type of procurement. And so other agencies have joined, and when they do the procurement, they pretty much are doing it for many municipalities, and that is how we can say that we get reasonable pricing from agencies. So yes, it would be savings incurred for the city when we go as a unit. Because it's not a major purchase. We tend to get not so good pricing, but when there are more multi-agencies that that are going to be spending perhaps a couple of $1 million, then the prices drop. So yes.
Okay, Council President, would you like me to proceed? Council President?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, go right ahead.
Next, we have Resolution 21-559, a resolution certifying that the City Council of the City of Trenton reviewed the best practices inventory questionnaire for year 2021. I actually circulated this about a month ago, and I believe the administration also circulated a copy.
Can be part of the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-560. This is a resolution authorizing assignment of 12 tax sale certificates totaling $183,159 pursuant to NJSA 54:5-113.
Roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 22-002, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to cancel 2 erroneous tax sale certificates totaling $18,714.34.
Madam President.
Consent.
Madam President,
Yes,
I want to apologize. I was not able to unmute myself for Resolution 21-560. We are actually requesting council that it be pulled because we didn't adopt the resolution last year. We now have to go back and recalculate all of the numbers again to present a new resolution to council. So at this time, we're asking that it be pulled.
Adam, do you want to amend?
Well, no, because we need to now go back and do the calculations just based on the number of days that it's going to, because normally the calculations are based up to the date of the adoption of the resolution. So because we don't have those numbers yet, we would, so we will get it to the next council meeting if possible.
Is that all right?
So does this have?
Yeah,
Does this
it's
have
not.
to wait till Tuesday?
No,
It's not an order.
yeah, it can be amended before. We can amend the document before Tuesday. They can pull it.
No, okay, so I'm asking you, do we pull it now or we wait till
Yeah, I
Thursday?
can just mark it as pulled by administration and move forward.
Okay, all right. So
Thank
that
you.
one's
Thank
pulled. Thank you. Go right ahead.
We did 22-002. Next, we have 22-003. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to issue 10 tax refunds totaling $31,294.53 on various properties.
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Law, Wesley Bridges Director. First, we have a resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of Charles McKinsey versus the City of Trenton in the total amount of $575,000.
This is where Mr. Bridges was bringing in the information. Do this need to be part of the executive session?
Yes, Council President does. You had requested certain medical documentation. I did speak with the attorney that handled this matter. He's going to present that at executive session in a fashion that's digestible for you so that he can answer any questions you may have. So with the council's consent, I would like to invite outside counsel to participate in executive session, articulate those things for you.
Should this is a part of the executive session. Alrighty.
If I may, there's also should be a memo with both of these settlements every time as requested that there is a proposed settlement. We're putting a settlement memo to council to articulate the potential exposure and issues in place. So they will both be presented to you in both matters Thursday at executive session.
Alrighty.
And it's already it's already listed on the executive session resolution. Next, we have Resolution 21-561, a resolution authorizing settlement. 1 second. Of a civil action in the matter of Marion S. Contreras Bassett versus City of Trenton, in a total amount of $65,000.
That has to be roll called anyway.
Yes, ma'am. After exec, you can move them into consent if you want.
Yeah, yes, it does. Thank you.
It does have to. Okay, good. Next, we have 21-562, resolution further amending Resolution 20-396, awarding a contract to the law office of Walentz, Goldman, and Spitzer, PA, 90 Woodbridge Center Drive, Suite 900, to Woodbridge, New Jersey, 07095, to provide special legal services in regard to special counsel through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44. Cap A-20.5 at second, an amount not to exceed $35,000 through RFP 2020-36.
Consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Finance, Adam Cruz. Let me get down. This is a resolution authorizing the cancellation of various expired grant balances from the federal and state governments, with the reserve balances of $810,118.72 and the receivable balances of $661,766.14. Any questions?
No, I guess if there's no objections, you can add it to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-564, a resolution awarding contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA, let me get past the balances, in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap H-20.4 et sec to RealAuction.com LLC to host online tax sales for a period of 1 year from 1/1/2022 to 12/31/2022 for the City of Trenton Department of Finance Division of Tax in an amount not to exceed $130,000 through RFP 2021-25.
Roll call.
Oh, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions. Those 3 resolutions were all adopted. I'll just get through those. Next, we have Resolution 21-568. This is from the Department of Health and Human Resources, Dr. Adela Lopez, Director. 21-568, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions? Would you like me to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Next, we have Resolution 21-543. This is from the Department of Housing and Economic Development. See Andre Daniels.
Immediately roll call.
Resolution 21-543, a resolution authorizing...
I'm sorry, Council President. I did have a question on 21-565.
You mean 568, ma'am?
565.
No, 565, the utility budget.
We already
We've
adopted.
already voted on, we've already adopted.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. All right.
That's good.
But I still have
Someone
okay, yeah,
You
go
can
ahead.
ask your question, but someone is, you can ask your question, Councilwoman, but someone is speaking.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, ma'am. It's, I believe it's, I found it.
So I just want to be clear. I just want to have a question because actually it was one of my residents that brought it up. I believe they're on the call, but I just want to just get clarity as to $12,700,000 that we're appropriating to cover the municipal utility budget. I mean, is that funding coming from the ARPA funds?
Madam President, may I answer that question?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Councilwoman, Madam President, my apologies. Madam President, the The resolution actually is stating for municipal utility budget. So it's coming from the budget of the water department, not from ARP funding. And this is, Madam President, for the partial financing of the first quarter of the year, similar to the city's budget, where we approve a partial 26.25% for the utility to operate. But as
Councilwoman
indicated,
Vaughn.
it is not ARP funding.
Okay, so municipal utility, this is Trenton Waterworks, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. That's it. Okay.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-543, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to the contract with the Unusi Group LLC to conduct additional demolition of 100 Hard Avenue. How'd you like to proceed, ma'am?
I don't see the amount here. I just see resolution authorizing change order to the contract.
It's additional $30,000 to revise the contract to $259,000. I believe they're adding Hart Avenue, which accounts for the additional $30,000 to the contract. So they have a bunch of houses in an area. They have a contract for $259,000. They're adding 100 Hart Avenue to that contract for $30,000. Is my understanding.
What is this?
It's a change order to one of the demolition contracts.
So
they're actually adding an address.
I'm sorry, what resolution number?
This is 21-543, ma'am.
Do we roll call 568?
Yes, ma'am, that was called for roll call.
Okay.
So the only question that I have for this 21-543, the initial demolition amount was $17,000, and if they're demolishing an entire row, why would we be paying $30-some thousand for that demolition instead of the regular 17? Mr. Daniels, if that whole row is being demolished, why would we be paying the extra money for the demolition of that one property when it should be $17,000?
Council President, the earlier resolution, we're not paying $17,000, ma'am. To demolish,
it's 30-some thousand.
Well, correct. That's just the 100.
Right. This particular resolution here is asking for 30-some thousand. And what I'm asking is, on our initial assessment to demolish was $17,000, unless they were connected to other structures. This particular house is connected to a whole row of houses that are being demolished. So why would we be paying that extra like $14,000 or $13,000 is what I'm asking.
Ma'am, it's connected to the houses to the right of it, which would be 102, 104, 106 is already down, I believe. And you're right. However, 98 is a structure that is still standing, and it would require, obviously, preserving that structure and that solid wall.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are we going to roll call that one, please, Council President?
Roll call, Mr. Conlon.
And Council President, can I ask a question to the director, please, Andre Daniels?
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Daniels, Hart Avenue, 100 Hart Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the overall strategic redevelopment plan on that street? Because that's in the redevelopment zone, and we have allocated and approved substantial grant money to certain organizations in collaboration with the City of Trenton in the Economic Development Department to redevelop Hart Avenue. So where are we with that, sir?
Well, ma'am, recently I had an opportunity to take a tour with the East Trenton Collaborative. That work is ongoing, as you stated. Quite frankly, it's part of the redevelopment, revitalization of the East Trenton area, notwithstanding the fact that 73 Hart, Mr. Algernon Hall, he has the museum over there, the proposed museum. The cemetery is adjacent to that of the the 10 Civil War African-American soldiers. From what I understand, there are some 100 African-Americans that are buried there. So what we're really...
I want to know specifically, what is the status of the implementation, the redevelopment initiatives of those buildings? Where are we? What's the progress?
Are you talking about as it relates to the
74? There were 74 Hart Avenue. There was 76 Hart Avenue. There was 82 Hart Avenue, and now we're talking about 100 Hart Avenue. And it's all those. That's homes. Those are those homes on the side, one side of the street facing the cemetery, and there aren't any houses on the side of the cemetery, if I recall. But where are we with redeveloping that block?
Well, we're remediating imminent hazards, unsafe, blighted, distressed houses, quite frankly, creating a green space.
So I want to know where we are. I understand what we're doing. We're demolishing, we're rehabbing, we're redeveloping properties over there. And I want to know, and I want you to tell the folks, the plan and where are we with completing, because we want to see, the outcome, and we want to start getting those homes should have ratables by now, right? They should have been added to our tax records, right? So
what I can tell you is, Woman Vaughn, we're working with East Trenton Collaborative as we speak now to do that very thing. If you're asking for drawing citations and all that.
All right, so let me just ask you this then. So what are your projections to the revenue that's going to be generated after the project is completed? Do you have that number for us today?
I wouldn't have that number today for you. No, ma'am.
You don't have a projection of after the completion of all those buildings and rehabbing, you don't know what the benefits are going to be for the city?
I wouldn't have that right now, and I can get that.
Can you have it on Thursday, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you may continue. Mr. Conlon, are you finished with your notes?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I had myself muted, so I didn't interfere with the council debate. I was just taking my note on Ms. Vaughn's request. End Community Loan Fund of New Jersey, Inc., DBA New Jersey Community Capital, to correct the account number.
If there's no objections, to 21-569, it could be part of the consent agenda.
Whoa. I want that roll call.
All righty.
About it, ma'am?
21-569.
Yes, ma'am. I have the number.
And Mr. Daniels?
Councilwoman?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Council President. Could I ask a question?
Go right ahead. Please.
So this is a resolution amending Resolution 21014, authorizing execution of a grant advance agreement in the amount of $750,000 between the City of Trenton and the Community Loan Fund of the New Jersey Inc. DBA New Jersey Community Capital to correct the account number. So can you explain can you explain that transaction to me, Mr. Daniels?
Resolution 2114 stated that the funds appropriated by the state were an account number G-PP-20-70-99A-299, which is an account for the Department of Recreation. The correct account should be amended to G-PP-20-60-999A-299, which is an account for the Department of Housing and Economic Development.
So, so you're transferring money from one project to another. How does that work? Those original funds were earmarked for Parks and Recreation. So what are we going to now use them for in the Department of Economic Development?
Madam President, if I can answer that question.
No. I'm talking to Mr. Daniels.
Are those both the resolutions on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. I have the current resolution 569 here and the one that's amending. You're just amending the account number for this one that in January passed unanimously by council. So they're amending the account number. I don't know why they're amending. That's just.
Yeah, so they said they're amending the account number, but they're transferring funds from one account to another, which is part of a different entity. So they're moving from Department of Recreation to the Economic Development Department. So I just want to know, how is that possible? Mr. Daniels, back to you. So,
Ma'am,
were the funds originally earmarked for projects and recreation?
That's correct. Well, no. The money was originally earmarked from the state to Housing and Economic Development. It was just put into the wrong account. I would also add, ma'am, that predated my time. However, what I am asserting is that this action puts the funds rightfully where they belong.
Okay. I don't know who determines what's right here. Is that Mr. Zielinski or the CFO?
I would respectfully defer to the business administrator.
Okay, because I'm under the impression that once grant money is earmarked, well, unless it's, to your point, was incorrectly, I just don't understand how that happened. So, Mr. Cruz, Council President, I will call Mr. Cruz now to speak on this. And also, please have it roll call Mr. Collin at the same time. Mr. Cruz, can you explain how this error happened and how it was identified?
Yes, Madam President, if I may.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Okay, thank you. The error was made when the person that was working on the resolution put instead of putting a 6, put a number 7 where it says 60 on the new resolution. And if you look at the original resolution, it's a 70 in there, 20-70. It should have been 20-60. Both of these resolutions, the first one, as you can see, was signed by the former Director of Housing and Economic Development. This was a grant that was being accepted into the Department of Housing and Economic Development. However, whomever typed the resolution made that error with the numbers. And as you all know, in the city functions on line items. And if the money is put in the wrong account, we cannot just take the money from there and then just start spending it from there, because then it could be considered a finding by the auditor that we're spending money from an account that has not been earmarked for that purpose. So that is the reason why we're coming to you today, asking that we correct the error No money is being moved from the department. Yes, the money was placed in the account number that belonged to recreations erroneously by the person that typed the resolution, and it's because it's a just one number. I guess it was a little hard for them to catch that the 7 should have been a 6 instead. But there is no foul being. That nothing illegal is being done. I mean, this was just an error, and we're fixing the error to now reflect that yes, the account should have been placed in economic development.
So, my final question. So, thank you, Mr. Cruz. So, what exactly is the 750 grant for? The $750,000 was for originally. I don't have the original resolution.
It's for New Jersey Historic Trust Grant to rehabilitate the property at 701 North Clinton Avenue.
701 North Clinton Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we just roll call that? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And no work has been done on 701 North Clinton Avenue yet, Mr. Daniels?
Ma'am, I don't have that answer at this time. I'll have that answer for you on Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-570, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to the contract with PARS Environmental to conduct environmental remediation of petroleum and LNAPL in soil and groundwater at the Federated Metal Site, Enterprise Avenue.
Can we roll call that?
How much is the change order, Mr. Collins?
The change order is $83,299.44, which would exceed the 20%, so it would have to be reported to the state at the end of the year. I'm not exactly sure what other legal requirements are for exceeding. I don't know if
it exceeds the
I think it requires
bids. We have to get an answer from Mr. Kaloji before we move forward with this.
Yeah, so I believe that, and from off the best of my recollection, off the top of my head, I believe there's also a procedural requirement when you exceed the 20% threshold. So I'll have that for Thursday. And Ms. Vaughn, I believe has this be roll call.
No, she was asking for 569, but
yeah, and that one too, Council President.
I'm going to move to have this tabled based on Mr. Kaloji's legal opinion, because once they pass that threshold of that 21%, there's a lot of questions that needs to be answered when that threshold has passed. So based on Mr. Kaloji's answer, I'm going to move to table this because I don't believe that we can move forward with that. That's my understanding of the change order. We may continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call that, Council President. 570.
Yes, ma'am. She did ask that it be roll call. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Public Works, Wahib Anatiri, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-571, a resolution authorizing to rescind and cancel the contract for Resolution number 20-283, awarded to Golden Building Maintenance.
So my question in reference to this particular resolution is, why are you canceling this particular contract? It appears that that most times when we have low bidders and they're not of the same companies that have been constantly bidding, we have a habit here of canceling out. Can you give us a good reason that you're canceling this contract based on the lowest bidder position, Mr. Anatiri?
Hello, Council President. Good evening. This is not about the lowest bidder. This is a contractor that we have at the police station, but they are not holding the bargain, the end of their own bargain. They were supposed to give us certain number of people to clean the police station and to have supervision. And they are supposed to be there for at least 8 hours, but they are not. And most of the time we go there, we have a lot of complaints from the police. And when we go to check on them, they are not around. And a couple of the employees they have there, they just disappear. So that's why we decided to do this. And we try to correct this with the contractor, but they're still not following through with it.
All righty.
Council President?
Mr. Collin, can you make a note of that? Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that it's explained in one of the whereases why they are canceling his contract.
All righty. Thank you.
Just one second,
Thank you.
Council President, taking my notes. Next, we have Resolution 21-572. This is a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.4 et sec, awarded to French and Perello Associates for professional landscape architectural engineering, design, development, construction document preparation, and construction administration and oversight for Martin Luther King Jr. pool improvements for a period of 1 year from date of award in an amount not to exceed $199,700 through RFP 2021-43.
Roll call. May continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Police, Steve Wilson, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-573, a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2021 Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Program from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance, in the amount of $40,500.
No questions. We can add that to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-574. This is a resolution awarding a contract in accordance with New Jersey Local Contracts Law NJSA 40:Cap-A-11-12 to CDW Government LLC for the purchase of emergency dispatch communication and information technology equipment in the amount of $55,087.24. Any questions?
Can we just roll call that one, please? Council President, could I have a question on 21-574?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Is Mr. Wilson available?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, so this contract, can you give us an overview of it? Is it part of the build out of the new communication radio room over at the police station?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's part of that same project.
So what exactly is this piece of it?
This part of it is for the comm center. This is the housing for all the new equipment that will be installed there for the new emergency 911 phone system and the radio system. This is part of the radio system, just a different vendor for the accessories. It exceeded the threshold, so it requires a resolution, but this is part of that same project and the same monies.
Okay, so who is CDW Government LLC? Who are they? Are they providing you with a project manager?
I'm sorry?
I said, who is CDW Government LLC? Are they providing you with the police department with a project manager?
No, this is just the equipment coming from them.
Okay, who's going to install it?
This will be all installed by Motorola.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Council President, I don't need to roll call that.
Okay. Consent, Mr. Collin. All righty, so we're gonna keep it moving, Mr. Collins, to
Yes, ma'am.
22-004.
Let me just go back and, we're gonna, actually, ma'am, you wanted that on consent now. Okay, good.
That's, yes.
Thank you. Make that change and clear, otherwise tomorrow I'll wind up roll call on it, or Thursday I'll wind up roll call. Next, we have resolution 22-004. This is a resolution authorizing a contract to Gold Type Business Machines, Inc. to provide an additional 20 laptops and accessories for patrol vehicles that will be utilized in day-to-day functions for a period of 1 year from date of award by the police department through New Jersey State Contract Number T-0106-17 Fleet-0716 in an amount not to exceed $211,885.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I have the same question as in 574. Is this related to the radio room and everything is going to be compatible with the new equipment? This is Mr. Wilson.
What, are we referencing the other resolution or 22?
No, this 22004.
Oh, no, 004 is for the 20 new vehicles. This is for their upfit and the laptops for their radio equipment in the new police cars that we're getting.
And it's going to be part of the same radio room equipment, whatever that we approve, right?
Yes, it's compatible with that, but no, these are the actual radios and laptops. Yes, but this is again, this money is part of the money accepted for the 20 new hybrid police vehicles.
But it's not part of the 10-point-some million that we approved. This is besides it. To me, it looks like it's part of the communication system. You're going to hook it up to the car, so on the cars they will be able to contact the main.
Well, yes, yeah, obviously, yeah. This will work in conjunction with the new comm center. Yes, sir.
Okay, but I'm asking, is this besides the 10.5 million that we approved, or is it part? It's going to be paid to the same $10.5 million that we approved for the radio room.
No, this is separate dollars. This is not part of the radio room money. This is part of the new 20 hybrid cars. Different money. It's grant money from the DCA.
Okay, so these are grant monies. Okay.
Mr. Collins, make sure you correct the function on the third line.
The administration would have to correct that. I actually don't have access to these documents. Adam?
Hi, yeah, what, Madam President, which line are you referring to? One of the whereas?
We're under the resolutions and right in the description here on the third line.
On the title. Okay, utilizing day-to-day functions for a period
of 1 year. The third line, day-to-day, the function, FUNC. You got, just correct that. It's clerical.
Okay, we'll look at the clerical error and we'll find it. We'll correct it.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Resolution 21-575, a resolution authorizing contract to Firefighter 1 LLC for the proprietary purchase of 40 Scott 15-year carbon-wrapped cylinders with valve assembly to replenish no backup self-contained breathing apparatus that are required on all apparatuses through New Jersey State Contract Number T-079017-Fleet-00807 in an amount not to exceed $42,260.
Consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. And just to go back, what was the decision on 22-004?
Yes, if Councilman Rodriguez didn't have a problem with it, it would be a part of the consent agenda.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, making part of the consent.
Thank you very much, sir.
I just wanted an explanation on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you were comfortable with the consent. Next, we have Resolution 21-576. This is a resolution authorizing contract to Stertil Coney USA, Inc., awarded through Sourcewell contract number 013020-SKI, formerly National Joint Power Alliance, NJPA, for the purchase of one set of hydraulic lifts and preventative maintenance and repairs that are required for the mechanic shop, the Department of Fire and Emergency Service garage, in an amount not to exceed $67,551.76.
If no one has any questions about that, we'll make that part of the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolution, and those were from the Department of Fire, Kenneth Douglas, Director. These are from the Department of Water and Sewer, Mark Lavenberg, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-452, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Foley Incorporated for generator inspection and maintenance testing and emergency services for emergency backup service diesel generator at the water filtration plant for a period of 1 year from September 17, 2021 to September 16, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $34,207.80 through bid 2021-57.
I want a roll call.
So noted. Any questions? Next, we have Resolution 21-487, a resolution authorizing an amendment to Resolution number 20-536, awarded to Grassy and Powell Company, CPA SPC, for special forensic accounting audit services for the Department of Water and Sewer for a period of 1 year from October 22nd, 2021 to October 21st, 2022, for an additional $250,000 through RFP 2020-40.
Can we roll call that, Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, let me bring
And
that.
Council President, can I speak on this particular resolution?
Yes.
With much thought, of course, I think that it would be prudent to reduce the period, not granting a contract for a year, but maybe a quarter, say 3 months, and adjust the $250,000 accordingly. And then if we need to extend beyond that, it'll be on an as-needed basis. But I think to just give the $250,000 up front, it does not advantage our cause at all. So I mean, I will propose that and ask that the council consider that and vote on it and vote on that amendment. I guess we can always extend and give more, but they should work within 3 months to complete whatever they need to do with that forensic audit over there. I think they've been over there for a year already, and to grant another, just to me, is not prudent. And with this current contract, as the terms are defined, doesn't really advantage or give us any type of leverage over this contractor to deliver what we've been expecting of them. So I think we'll have more leverage with them to deliver on expectation if we just give them 3 months and reduce the value of the contract.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I have my reservations with this resolution. Why are we changing the rules? To me, the most we can give them is the 20% that is allowed by law. The contracts, this is, it should be considered a change order, not allowing the same amount of the contract, and so far, I am very dissatisfied with the resource, the work of this company, very, very dissatisfied. They are not looking at, we have meetings, a few meetings, and I suggested that because this was, my idea to have the forensic audit in waterworks. My idea because I heard a lot of stuff going on there. They gave me a lot of complaints of stuff that wasn't functioning, and the way the contracts. We experienced all these emergency contracts, and no explanation, and large contracts. And I wanted him to look into that, but he haven't get to that yet. And it has been a little bit over a year now. So I don't know what's going on. He said that he didn't get cooperation from Waterworks. He asked for the documentation, but the thing is that that company has subpoena power, and we have subpoena power as council. And he never came to us saying, well, I need you to, make sure that I get the documentation, or take Waterworks to court so that they could cooperate. So now he said, well, that's why he was behind. But that could have been dealt with the initial $250,000. I think this $250,000 is excessive. The most we can give him is the change order for the 20% change order. That's my opinion. And I agree with Ms. Bond. We should not give him the whole amount, but we should not go above the 20%. I believe that we should table this resolution until we contact or somebody contacts this person to see if we can deal with this issue, because $250,000, no, I will vote no to giving him $250,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, very, very brief statement. It's Director Lavenberg from the Water. Just to clear the record. Thank you very much, Council. Just to be clear, Councilman, but at no time ever was any documents withheld from the auditor.
I didn't, Madam President, I didn't ask for an explanation from Mr. Lavenberg. That
Thank you.
has to be given by the auditor.
All right, Mr. Lavenberg, he doesn't need an explanation from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Collin, you may continue.
That's going to be roll call, right, Council President?
Yes, you said you were going to make an amendment on the floor.
Yep.
I'm going to call for it to be table until we contact the company to see if we can make a deal with that company. Because it's not, is he asking for that? We have to make an offer, either the 20% of what Ms. Bond said, but that's not an amendment.
Okay, well, I agree with that approach, Santiago Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez. I agree with that approach. That's fine. If we could do that on Thursday and then go to the company and negotiate and then amend accordingly, I think that's fine. That works.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am.
21-577.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-577, a resolution authorizing a 3-year license agreement with OW Investors, LLC, DBA Mars Company to continue to provide equipment, hardware, and software maintenance for the water meter test bench system within the city of Trenton for an amount not to exceed $38,340 per year through bid 2019-03.
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you pull up when we purchased this this water meter testing bench, because I don't think that bench is 2 years old.
2 years ago.
And I'm trying to determine what type of warranty, because I think we paid $500,000 for that bench, and shouldn't the software have been a part of that?
I don't know how it works, but I'm looking for the bench testing.
I think we paid a little over $500,000 for that meter testing bench. And I believe that Mr. Sim, I think his name is Simter. I might be mistaken. The name might be mispronouncing the name, but one of the
Madam President,
supervisors.
Mr. Sean Temple was a supervisor of meters at the time, and I recall when he came in front of council to present the test bench. And
Yes, and we paid $500,000 for that bench. So I'm just trying to determine why it hasn't been 3 years. And so I was just trying to determine why should we be ordering software for a brand new bench? Why wasn't that included when we purchased the bench?
yeah, the licensing for the software, Madam President, that was included on that test bench was for 1 year. And then from then on, it is on a year-to-year basis for the city to continue purchasing. Just like when you buy, just like when we do these services with Microsoft, and we use Outlook and PowerPoint and all of these other features, there's only an annual license, and then every year we have to buy a renewal license. But we need to renew the license, not buy a new license. You renew the license, and so it is the same feature that this test bench actually has, where in order for you to continue to use the software, you will still need to pay a fee for that software.
Okay. All righty. I got you.
Council President, may I speak?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Wong.
I'm just curious if Mr. Cruz can explain to me. I mean, I don't know what that means. What does D/B/A mean?
Doing business as, ma'am.
Okay. So and when would that be? When would that, Mr. Cruz? Why is that presented this way?
So there are agencies that operate under certain names, Madam President, and so the company can have various. It can have one name, it can have two names, and then they begin to one day they decide that they want to operate as a different name, and that is actually legal in the corporate world, where they can perform doing business as.
So when they do that, which one is the actual legal name?
Council President, if I may jump in, I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah. Which one is the legal name?
They're both the legal name. When you register a business with the New Jersey Secretary of State, you can register as one entity, and then you can also register under a doing business as. And part of that, you have to identify who the original company was, who the doing business as is, and essentially it allows you to operate under both names. It depends on the branding. It depends on what you're specifically doing, but that is permissible under state law, and provided you go onto the state website, New Jersey Secretary of State website, you can do a search for an entity, and when you see that entity, there should be a filing parallel with that shows their DBA.
Okay. Yep. But one company here, there's two different names, right? So the OW Investor is what they operate under, but the DBA is the legal name, the Morris Company, right? Is that correct?
Well,
I mean, when I say operate, OW Investors operate, that means their brand, that's the face that they show the public, but the legal name in which they transact is under the Mars Company. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the slight nuance that they would both be considered, they would both be legal. It just depends on what they want to be referred to as with respect to whatever business they're doing. So they're to be considered legal.
I just wanted to be educated. Thank you.
Thank you.
May continue, Mr. Conlon.
How would you like to proceed on this resolution, ma'am? Oh, and just for the record, I put up 19-144, which was the adoption of the benchmark.
Let me see it. Could you open it up so I can see
it's up on the screen.
I know. I'm asking if you can enlarge it so I could see.
So this would be for items 1 through 6. If you give me 1 second, I might be able to go back and grab and see what that's 144. I'm just going through the backup. So it's the furnishing and delivery of 2 water meter test benches, 1 large test bench to 3 to 8 inch meters, 1 small test bench 5/8 to 2 meters, recycling systems to recycle the water utilized by the test benches. The qualified company should provide installation for removal and disposal of existing test benches, installation of benches and tanks and parts, installation of recirculation system, plumbing installation of new test benches and recirculation system, calibration of tanks and sensors, installation of system software and hardware. So the system software and hardware was included if there's any updates and how that whole thing works or what the scope of the contract was on that. That's something to be discussed with Mr. Lavenberg and Mr. Cruz. But the item 6 was installation, and I'm going to put this up on the screen so everybody can see. This is the actual bid, the scope of work, and these are the 6 items that were accepted. So installation of system software, hardware was included in the items 1 through 6 that are represented here for the $511,000. Now, I don't know if I don't know how often the software needs to be updated or amended. That'd be a question for Mr. Lavenberg. But the initial bid.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Collins. So the only thing that I need is for Mr. Lavenberg to send me over that contract so I could see how long, if that being that the software was included in that price, should we be? It's been 2 years, I believe, and so should we be? I know Mr. Cruz said you had to continuously pay for the software. I just need to look over that contract just to see. Just wanted to go over the contract. I appreciate that.
And how did you want to proceed with 21,577, ma'am?
Yeah, we could roll call it by then. Mr. Cruz probably will have the information for me. And if he do, I'll take it off the roll call first thing on Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mm-hmm. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Just taking my notes. Next, we have Resolution 21-578, a resolution authorizing a contract to Civil Solutions, Division of ARH, to provide ESRI web-based GIS and mobile service to provide spatial data development and maintenance services and Line 2 application development and maintenance services awarded through New Jersey State Contract number T-1841 19 TELE-00872 for a period of 2 years from date of award to June 18, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $80,000.
If no one has any questions, it could be a part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. And next we have the ordinances. And this is, I circulated the council to the public earlier today, as well as Mr. Bridges, Council Vice President Cole Wilson, have brought to me the changes to the fire ordinance. This is waiting for form and legality review by Mr. Bridges. I incorporated the changes that Ms. Cole Wilson presented to me into the current draft. And if there's any questions, they should be brought to the floor. So this is this is ordinance 21-031, an ordinance revising and amending Chapter 2 Administration Article 12, Fire Department, Section 259, Establishment, Fire Department, Section 2-60, Authority of the Fire Director, and 2-61, Responsibilities of the Fire Department, and adding Section 2-62, Authority of the Deputy Chief, to the Trenton City Code relating to the City of Trenton Fire Department. And the substantive changes, I'm sure Ms. Caldwell-Wilson can review. I actually have a document. If she would like me to put it up on the screen, I'd be happy to.
All ordinances is roll called anyway.
Yes, but this is the question and answer session as well, so if anybody has any questions or comments or anything, now would be the appropriate time.
The Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, so I have to ask Councilwoman Vaughn if she received my email today with the recommended changes that she had for this ordinance.
I didn't. Wait a minute. Let me check right now. I didn't receive it, Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Did it come from you directly?
I sent it to your city email.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I didn't get opportunity to review it.
So we have to now to Thursday.
All of the changes that you recommended were incorporated in that.
Okay. And you found them acceptable?
Yes. And I
okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I will review it in time for Thursday in the first reading. And I just want to also say, I'm sorry, are you done, Council? Can I speak?
Yes.
After?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I will add that I would like to, is the fire director on the line?
Council President?
Mr. Douglas?
Yes. Good evening.
Have you had an opportunity to review the ordinance, sir?
Actually, earlier today and yesterday was a link that was sent. It wasn't sent to review the current ordinance for this for the position that I currently hold. I'm just recently reviewing it as the meeting started today.
Okay, so this is the first draft. I'm sorry. This is the first reading. And I would strongly advise that you read it, review it, and raise any questions or arguments or concerns that you have. And whatever concerns that you have, they certainly will be taken in high regard and consideration. Okay, sir? So this is the first reading. We'll go into, I don't know, Mr. Colin, when is the second, when would be the second reading if this is adopted, if it passes on, if it moves to the second reading?
Let's see. It could be actually the calendars. So if it be adopted on the 6th, get it to the paper on the 7th or the 10th, probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It'd be tight for the meeting. I could probably do it for the meeting of the 20th.
Okay.
I could probably get it advertised in time, assuming that it's a 7-day advertisement deadline, which I'll check. But the public hearing should probably be set for the 20th, so long as I get the ad to the paper on the money by Monday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we should be fine.
Okay, so Mr. Douglas, so that's if it passes on Thursday. So Mr. Douglas, can you perhaps get your concerns, read through the ordinance as is, is it on the doc? I mean, Mr. Collin, can we make that available can you send that over to Mr. Douglas?
Yeah, I didn't get the amendments. I didn't incorporate the amendments until about 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon. So yeah, I can get him a copy. I believe he actually was on the mailing list, so we should have a copy for the that's incorporated in the meeting. But I can send him a PDF copy right now.
Yep, so please do. So, Mr. Douglas, and we'll expect to hear from you before Thursday with all your concerns and about it, and we'll move on from there.
All right, thank you. I will review it. Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Yep. Thank you, Vice
Mr.
President Caldwell-Wilson.
You're welcome.
Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next on the docket, as we discussed earlier with Mr. Hoffman, is ordinance 21-32, an ordinance amending section 2-29 redevelopment functions and section 2-1 City Council of the City of Trenton Code.
All right. That's roll call automatically.
Yes, the ordinances are roll call. And then finally, we have 21-33. This is an ordinance for calendar year 2022 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriations limit and to establish a cap bank pursuant to NJSA 40A 4-45.
That's a roll call automatically.
Yes, ma'am, and that's a standard yearly.
All righty. Thank you.
I have a question on that, Madam President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Please. I remember that 2018, or 2019, the first budget that we sat on, well, we didn't know what the term cap meant, raising the cap or whatever, increasing the cap. And we voted that in. And then after we had a lot of difficulties with the budget, but at the end, the budget was approved. And after that, it came out that the taxes were raised, I believe was 8 cents for the taxpayers. And I asked Mr. Cruz, why 8 more cents from the 11? And he told me, you approved that in the ordinance. So they had lured us into voting for that ordinance before we saw the budget. We had budget hearings, and by the end, we didn't know what was going on. So we have to be, I like to know how much are the taxes are going to increase this year for, because it's 669,000 and change. And at that time, what the increase was a little bit over $1 million at that time, 2019, and that was about 8 cents. So how many cents are going to be increased to cover this 1%? This is going to be paid by the taxpayers, right, Mr. Cruz? How much our taxpayers are going to pay?
Madam President, can I answer the question?
Yes, please.
Yes, there will be a zero tax increase for the calendar year 2022 on municipal taxes. So, Councilman, the rest of the ordinance in front of you is actually for spending above the cap. What that means is that in 2020, for the fiscal year budget of 2021, there was an amount that was spent that year after we met with DCA and cuts were made and all those kinds of things. Into the coming year, we are projecting that there will be a need, because as you are all aware, there will be a need to increase spending because we settled the contract with 2281 and 2286. We are going to be settling other contracts with the fire unions and police unions hopefully in the coming months, and that will require additional expenditures from the money that we spent in 2021. Even if we didn't add additional expenditures because of those increases, the money that we are going to need in the budget is going to be higher than than the fiscal year 2021. Even if we spent the same amount of money, but because we still have the same workforce, the same number of employees, even if we didn't hire additional employees, the money that we need to spend will increase automatically because of the steps and the percentages that were approved in those contracts. So it's not this is why I'm telling you that there is no need to spend. There is no reason to increase taxes. It's just the city will have money. We're going to be receiving capital CDA from the state, which is $10 million, and we will have enough money for us to be able to do a zero tax increase in the 2022 calendar year. The city will have enough money with that to not increase taxes. So even if we had a lot more money, we will still need to go above the cap for us to be able to take care of the employees that are currently on payroll. So that's the reason why we had to exceed the cap.
So Councilman Rodriguez, I was listening to Mr. Cruz's answer to you, and he said the municipal taxes won't go up. But what, at the end of the day, when the county taxes go up and our residents
well, that's a different. It's a different system, though.
But it still comes through from their taxes that they pay from the city, through the city. Am I correct, Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, but as you are aware, it is a different government entity, and we have no control.
It's a different entity.
Yeah.
But our taxpayers pay it through the city, don't they?
Yeah. So we only have control of the
municipal. Don't our taxpayers pay the county taxes through the city? When they get their tax bill, the county's tax increase in their taxes is a part of that, isn't it?
Madam President, the city pays the county taxes, but we have no control as to the increases that the county makes in their budget, and then pass it down to the municipalities.
Oh,
we have no control.
What I'm trying to, the point that I am trying to get to, Mr. Cruz, is this. We told our taxpayers that we weren't going up on their taxes, but what we did not tell them was that the county taxes that went up was included in what they pay you. So when the taxes went up, they're not looking at, oh, the city didn't go up on our taxes. The first thing they start doing is calling us saying their taxes went up, because the city administration, you, Mr. Cruz, you guys failed to break that percentage down. The city's taxes are going to stay the same, but the county's rate is going to change. And when you see this increase in your tax bill, it's coming from the county. But the bills are all generated through the city. Not the county doesn't send them a separate tax note. It's all generated with the city. Am I not correct?
Madam President, we have been transparent with the taxpayers from day one when we mentioned.
Am I correct? Do the county taxes, do they send out a bill, or do the bill come from the city of Trenton?
You are requesting a partial answer, Council President. You are not requesting a whole answer.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it because it's not clear. You keep saying that it's clear. You keep saying, hey, the municipality is not going up on your taxes. But when the county of Mercer goes up, they don't pay the county of Mercer. They pay the city of Trenton. Am I correct on that?
No municipality in the state of New Jersey absorbs county taxes. No municipality. Every municipality passes down county taxes. We have no control over that. We have control of municipal taxes. And if the county chooses to increase taxes, we have no control over that. And it's our duty as a creature of the state for us to pay taxes to the county.
Mr. Cruz, I am not saying that you are responsible for the county taxes going up. What I'm asking you is, when the taxpayers of the city of Trenton get their tax bill and they see that the county and there's an increase in their taxes, do you collect the taxes for the county, or do they get a separate bill? I'm just asking. Do the residents get a separate tax bill from the county, or is it included in the billing that the city does?
We pass down the taxes that are given to us by the county to each household. Yes, we pass it down. We have to, we have to do that. It's by state statute that has to happen.
I am not disputing that. What I am trying
I think that you're not answering.
I believe I am, Councilman.
May I say something? Mr. Cruz,
Right
to
ahead.
avoid all this confusion, all you have to do is when you send me the bill, because I am a property owner, you divide, you say, this is city taxes, this is school tax, and this is a county tax. That way I understand that the city didn't raise my taxes. It was the county raised their part, what we have to pay the county, and that's, the city has no control on that. But you don't see that. Why don't you break it down into what portion went to the city and what portion went to the county and to the school district? That's the way it's done in other cities, because it's very confusing. What the president is saying is correct. When I get my tax bill, I see the whole amount. And last year was a zero increase, but my taxes went up. When you said it was zero, but they went up. But the portion that went up was probably the county and the school district portion, not the city portion. But there's no breakdown on it when I get the bill. So to avoid this confusion, I believe we should change the system a little bit and just break it down, how much is municipal, how much county, how much school district. Can that be done, Mr. Cruz?
Councilman, that is actually a valid point. I know that in the city of Newark, as well as in Pertham, where the municipality that I work, we were able to attach notes into the envelope of the tax bills. I mean, I'll look into that here and inquire with Ron Zielinski. If that is possible to be done, maybe that's something that could be a message from the mayor to the taxpayers.
If not, we'll do it through resolution, so that will be included.
Okay. Council President?
Go right ahead.
Council President, I just want to ask, related to the same topic, how are the property taxes computed, and who administers the property taxes? Because it's like tomato. At the end of the day, all a homeowner cares about is their property tax increase. We are a municipality that happens to sit in Mercer County. My home sits in Mercer County in the city of Trenton. I pay property taxes for the lot that is in Trenton. I don't know what pennies goes to the county. My property taxes went up, period, Mr. Cruz. So I know for a fact that, all right, Mr. Cruz, who administers local property taxes? Who administers the property taxes? The county or the city?
Local property taxes are the city.
Okay.
Local property taxes, yes.
Again, all right, fine. And so my property taxes locally has gone up, Mr. Cruz, like everybody else's in the West Ward, period. So we hold you accountable for that, Mr. Cruz, in the city of Trenton. So we pay, at the end of the budget cycle, we pay a tax bill, aggregating the collection that our tax collector, and you have two functions that report to you, Mr. Cruz, the tax assessor's office that calculates the taxes of all the homes and businesses in the city. And then your tax collector goes out and collects all of it, aggregates it all up, and pays the county the bill. So in that number, you increased our taxes. So we administer those taxes, and that's the taxes we're talking about. So don't be tomatoing us. So you administer those taxes. You did not, you misinformed the city. You told us, the mayor and the administration told us that the taxes were going to go up, and our property taxes has gone up exponentially. And they continue to rise, and you continue to gouge us, and you don't even communicate to us that the taxes have been increased until we get our bill. And that's what myself, Council President, and Council Rodriguez is talking about. So stop trying to, be slick talking, Mr. Cruz, like you always do. And at the end of the day, and stop being disingenuous. So the city, the local municipality administers the property taxes. We pay property taxes locally, and the mayor has increased the property taxes when he said that they were going to be flat and zero increase. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Municipal taxes have been flat 0% for the last 18 months. 0% municipal. Municipal.
No, my
municipal
local
0%.
My local
Zero
property
taxing.
taxes have increased.
Point of order.
Okay, and I can get the residents, a line of people down at City Hall right now, tomorrow, to show you their tax bills. Mr. Cruz.
So, Mr. Collin, can make
Yes.
it continue?
Ma'am, that is it. Next item is public comments on docket items only. Look for people on the telephones. Council President, first we have Ms. Caitlin Fair.
Go right ahead, Ms. Fair.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much, Council President. I hope everyone had a safe and happy holiday. I just wanted to come on to provide some updates that I think might answer a question that was asked earlier in regards to the Hart Avenue redevelopment. So as far as the properties that New Jersey Community Capital owns for rehabilitation, we actually completed renovation on all 3 of those properties within the last month. One of them is currently under contract with an East Trenton family who is moving from renting to buying their first home, and they are utilizing our homeownership counseling program in addition to $10,000 of down payment assistance that was provided through our organization in order for them to be able to purchase that home. The other 2 properties are currently awaiting their final certificate of occupancy, so we can also put those on the market. And currently we have a pipeline of Trenton residents who have either completed our homeownership counseling program or are in the process of completing it, who would also qualify for that $10,000 in down payment assistance. So I know that was a question that was asked, and I just wanted to provide an update on those properties to help provide some clarification around that. The other thing that I wanted to say is in regards to the last conversation about property taxes. My taxes also went up, and I am not happy about it. But I do understand that it is a function of the county taxes that were increased. And I did look at my tax bill and was able to deduce that the city municipal taxes did not increase, but that the county taxes did. And I think that it's really important for residents to understand the difference between those various different things that we're being taxed for so that they can take up the issues with the appropriate entities. So, if we have an issue with the taxes going up, that is a function of the county taxes being raised, and we really should be taking that up with the county commissioners and the county legislation so that we can deal with that issue. Yes, that is correct. That's where the increase is coming from, and I think that we all need to be civic-minded and understand where the issue is coming from so that we can advocate with the appropriate people. The county does give us an entire tax bill that we see any increase, whether it be from the school system or the county or municipal increases reflected in. That is their duty and that is their responsibility. But my issue is one to take up with the county because they're the ones who are causing me to pay higher tax rates right now as far as the last tax bill is concerned. So I think it's just really important to make that that distinction so that we can all be responsible in terms of addressing the people who need to be addressed to ensure that that doesn't continue to happen. So that's all I had to say. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next we have Mr. Algernon Ward.
Go right ahead, Mr. Ward. Mr. Ward? Hello?
Star 6.
He's not muted. Mr. Ward? Mr. Ward? Yeah, maybe having a technical difficulty. Mr. Ward, if you're exiting and re-enter the meeting, that might solve it. Council President, next we have Billy H.
Go right ahead, Mr. H. Could you give us your full name?
Billy Hayes. Can you all hear me?
Go right ahead.
Yes,
hear me? All right. So I came here to talk about the reclassification of the Trenton Board of Education from an appointed board to an elected board. I am happy to see that this resolution is on the agenda because I think it's a good thing for Trenton. An appointed school board, I don't think it is a good fit for Trenton. We've had an appointed school board for over 30 years, and my opinion, it's just not working. Anytime you have a system where one person is picking all of the board members, they think they don't have to answer to the public. And that's a problem. And based on my past experience of attending school board meetings and engaging with board members, I just don't think an appointed system is beneficial to the residents. I believe that an elected school board is more democratic. Anytime you have a system where people can actually vote their board members in, and if they're unhappy with them, they can vote them out. That's what democracy is all about. You know, if you're unhappy with the performance of someone, you can go and vote them out. Unfortunately, with the appointed system, we don't have that option. So if we're unhappy with the school board members, we don't have a say. And elected school board will also empower the parents to be more involved in the educational system. If this resolution passes and if the residents have an opportunity to vote on it, then that will give the parents a say in who they want to have on the board. You know, there could be, public forums and things of that nature. We can run candidates, etc. And finally, this resolution is going to put the question on the ballot. And I think that's important because this is something that the voters themselves need to decide if they want an elected school board. And I know there were some council members that voted against this resolution before, but I just hope that they will reconsider their positions. And once again, this is something that the voters themselves need to decide. So I'm all in support of having this question being put on a ballot, and I hope that it passes on Thursday. That's it.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Mr. Ward?
Yes, we can.
Back, sir?
Yes, I am.
Council President, Mr. Algernon Ward.
Thank you, Algernon Ward, North Trenton resident. Just to fill in some of the blanks regarding the development on Hart Avenue that was addressed a little earlier, I'd like to point out that the Locust Hill Cemetery restoration is coming along. We've done a lot of work in the last several months
that is moving the project forward, and we're hoping, and that's with my fingers crossed, to actually be open within a year or so. Development on the street, of course, impinges upon what happens there in that development area. And the abandoned houses that you addressed, no development can happen until we've cleared that area out, and they are hazardous buildings themselves. So moving forward with the demolition really is the first step in developing that particular area. Now, as Caitlin pointed out, there's a lot of discussion as we speak, and Mr. Daniels, about exactly what kind of development to go there. And that is an important topic. And we've had several discussions. The residents have had several discussions, and we've generated an idea that we'd like to introduce you called the property swap. In order to do that, we're trying to maintain the fabric of the neighborhood. In other words, the people who have lived in Trenton for a long time should have first dibs on any development that happens in that area. Their families have invested in Trenton, raised their families here, and paid taxes for generations. So if there's any new development that goes on in that particular neighborhood, the residents of that neighborhood should have the first dibs on any new development. To that end, if you have a house in an industrial zone near, like, for instance, Enterprise Avenue, that area, we would use your property as down payment on a new home in the new development area, a swap of property. That you would get the value of your home against one of the new developed homes. And this is a concept that will preserve the fabric of the neighborhood and reward the people who have invested in our city for generations. So the property swap is one way that we don't gentrify a neighborhood with people coming from the outside buying the plums while we disregard the people who have lived there all their lives. So do we have a final dollar and cents what that's going to cost? No, because single family housing should be what's put there, not low income housing, because we have enough of that. In fact, city has a glut of that. We need single family housing that's within the price range of the residents of our city so we can improve their quality of life. Now, that's the ongoing discussion, and that also dictates of what kind of houses is going there. So there's no final dollar figure of what that development's going to cost, but it is a discussion we're having as we speak. I'm happy to tell you that from what the discussion is flowing out of this, that area is going to be a very nice place to live. And if we duplicate that along the other streets off of Clinton Avenue, you'll finally have a neighborhood and development where people will want to live, they deserve to live, and there'd be the quality of life that everyone would agree is something sought after. So I'll conclude by saying the Locust Hill Museum, the Black Museum, is going to be a focal point of that development. We'll be able to commemorate the contributions of the African Americans, to over 200 African Americans buried there. And that is something that we would appreciate help from City Council to bring that vision forward. And finally, I would, on a different subject regarding the taxes, I recently went down and paid my taxes under the threat of a tax sale. And I paid it well a month before any tax sale was going to happen, but they charged me $85 for a tax sale anyway. Now, how are you going to charge me for a sale that you didn't have? And of course, the clerk at the window couldn't explain me how it was they were going to charge me for a tax sale that never happened. A month before it ever happened. She's just saying that's policy, but that's a crazy policy to pay for something that didn't occur. So I would certainly ask City Council to look into that issue, because I understand I'm not the only one in that boat. Dozens of people have experienced that, and I don't know when that whole thing came about where they can charge you for a tax sale that never happened. So Hart Avenue development is moving along. We appreciate Mr. Daniels' input there, but the people's input who live there is the most important input. And that is still a work in progress. So we don't have a finished picture yet, but we are working towards that. And we welcome anybody's positive input in that process. And thank you for your time. And you will be very proud of what happens on Hart Avenue at Locust Hill as the germ for a lot more development that's going to happen in that area.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Council President, Mr. Paul Harris.
Go right ahead, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I wanted to speak about Ordinance 21-33. We wanted to encourage you to pass the Cap Bank ordinance. We are grateful that you passed our contract. I know some of you feel that it wasn't generous enough, but I can tell you factually it was generous enough, whereas that the Cap Bank has to be passed. If we don't pass the Cap Bank, then the question becomes is where do you cut? You know, there's 600 of us. The contract changed, it updated, so there's an appropriation increase. So therefore, in order to pay for that, the Cap Bank. Just wanted to make that's the simplest way I can explain that. And we encourage you guys to pass this so we are in a good boat financially and we're not having to make any terrible cuts this year. Generally, I only always speak on employees, but I wanted to speak about something else tonight. The school board, something for council members to consider. The Board of School Estimate handles all debt-related matters currently, I believe. So what happens now if you go to an elected school board? I come from a town where they voted down all manner of improvements for school districts because nobody wanted to pay the extra, they linked it to taxes and they didn't want to pay that. So I encourage you to ask yourself now, all that stuff is handled internally through the Board of School Estimate and then through the city. But if you go to elected school board, the responsibility for debt and improvements, multi-million-dollar improvements, now rests with the community. The question you have to ask yourself is, what will that mean for improvements? What are the chances that those things are always going to pass? The other thing I'll say to you is, it's not a slight at people. I guess you could take it as slight. Is we don't have our current politics with the council and different people need some improvements. Why would you want to introduce even more politics to the school district? People are having a campaign and raise money and listen, we don't got this together completely. And now you want to say, let's do this same thing here to the school board? I'm not sure that's a good place to go. I think the question is asking for accountability when it comes to who's appointed there. But my main concern comes with improvements and multi-million-dollar improvements to buildings, facilities across the board. And what happens when those things get voted down? It happens a lot in a lot of suburban communities that have elected school boards, in communities that have money to pay for improvements. That's a legitimate concern. And again, I normally just speak about employees, but I just got me wondering about how we're going to make improvements if voters voted down in a city where people believe firmly that they're overtaxed. And then for the school board to have special elections to come to ask for funding to approve improvements. Something for you to consider. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Conlon?
Council President, Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Yes, thank you.
We can't.
Can you hear me now?
No, we cannot.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hello?
Better.
Okay, sorry. Let me just go into this. The resolution that the 21-548 that the two persons just mentioned, from my understanding that the council, and I would like Mr. Kaloji to verify that, does not have to be voted by the council to be put on the referendum through the election. It could be placed on there. And I know this from someone who has done it, who was a mayor of a town, and he said he done it himself. So from my understanding, and Mr. Kaloji, I would like him to verify that it doesn't have to be approved by city council to do that. And yes, we do need elected board members for the city of Trenton. And I say that for one, because the board and the Board of Education is very disconnected from the rest of from the principals. I tried to communicate with the superintendent. Matter of fact, they just did a forum where your taxes will be going up, because this elected board that we have, for one, that was one of my issues. My issues also was the money that's going into these classrooms, which is not going into the classrooms. And also, and I was also told from a board member who doesn't even live in Trenton, that Trenton don't pay school taxes. That Trenton, the federal government, then I'm telling you what the woman said. The federal government pays all of Trenton's taxes because the state doesn't pay taxes. I was like, did this lady just open her mouth and just tell me that crap? I said, lady, have you gotten a tax bill from, do you have a tax bill for the city of Trenton? So that wasn't answered. And my point is this: yeah, we do need elected officials. This elected board members for the city of Trenton, because Trenton, just like we just discussed with the bill that we're putting on for redevelopment, there's an issue there. There's an issue. These elected, these party people who are involved in their own personal interests, we keep appointing to these boards. And it's not working. And the money's going outside of the city. And it's not benefiting our kids. And our kids are not even on a level. The parents are not involved. And some change has to come about. So again, if Mr. The attorney for the council, please look into that, because, you know, when the problem is that we don't talk to outside entities, and we're talking to people who don't know in Trenton and continue to give us bad information. What else? In regards to the calendar year 2022 budget, again, it was not introduced yet. So I don't know how you are taking the temporary percentage when you don't even know what the exact budget, what is being presented. Okay? And yes, there need to be some cuts to this budget, like I stated last year. And I think it needs to come in from the police department, and I think it needs to come from the fire department, because we're too top heavy and we're spending the most money from the police department and the fire department. I know there was an incident during the holidays where the Criminal Investigation Bureau, everybody in the Criminal Investigation Bureau took off for the holiday. Not one person was in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. And then they want to run circles around your head with all these excuses, except the only thing that they did say is everybody in the Criminal Investigation Bureau took off. Another thing, all this equipment, I want to know why I keep seeing Trenton police cars riding up and down 295, and I want to know why I see them going over the bridge. Okay? We're paying for this gas. We pay them top salary, and they're not anywhere patrolling, okay? Except they're doing their business on our time. That's that. I did ask Director Wilson to contact Ms. Bethea at Joyce Kilmer. There was one police officer after 3 weeks. He only showed up one time. One time. It's a joke. Again, I also suggested we keep hiring $80,000 here for this company to present this web-based program for this and that. Then we're telling me that $750,000 and a grant was misplaced into somewhere else in another department's budget. My question is, why aren't the department directors not looking and making sure when they're drawing down on the budget that they submit to council, okay, to operate their department. Why aren't they doing their checks and balances to make sure that whatever that you reported that you were going to utilize to operate your budget, that is what's whatever the amount's left in there, or is balanced out based on your receipts. It just troubles me that $750,000, and I was in with this budget last year. That wasn't on one of the line items that there was a balance left into that account. So that tells me that you all are not doing your job. You guys, I don't know what you're doing from 9 to 5 or 9 to 4. But it doesn't seem like people are doing their due diligence. We presenting like we professionals. Y'all getting paid pretty good damn money. I tell you that much. And you telling me $750,000 was lying around somewhere and nobody knew about it for a whole year? Here we go. Again, with the police department, the Director Wilson, you said nothing about these radios, these terminals that are going to be there. You said, yeah, they're compatible. But the yeah I got was, I don't know. And I wish you say you don't know, because I know this question is going to come up again, or there's going to be an issue when that new system is installed, and all of a sudden now the tablets that you're trying to order and the radios that you're ordering do not, they don't work together. They don't sync together. I know it's going to be a problem. I just know it's going to be a problem. Resolution again with that forensic accounting, you can't tell me. He said that he needed more time to investigate a certain amount of receipts that don't match up with the bill. So my thing is $250,000. Even I would like the city to actually get the report and then determine from the written report, from the time period that you gave them for a year, what their investigation uncovered, what are some of the recommendations, and then decide to what extent we are going to continue the forensic audit. I just don't understand why we keep doing stuff in the blind. We don't have nothing concrete. We don't have nothing in your hands. But right now, you either trying to do a change order or you trying to do a whole new contract. I don't get it. I just don't think we all are thinking this stuff through. We're just making decisions because we're in the position to make them. But we're not doing the work or the due diligence to actually make sure whatever decision you make is a win-win for everybody. Win-win for the whole city. Win-win to get that water department straight so we can get these meters installed. And now we're hiring for last time I recall those meters, the new meters that was cost $50 million, they haven't even begun to be installed. There's contracts that have been made, but I had yet to hear Mr. Lavenberg come back to the council and say, we started installing these meters. And now we're getting ready to hire someone to what? To update or keep up with the maintenance. And one last thing. Friday, when the mayor asked city council to present themselves, I like to say the council members that did show up, the three, Michelle, Blakely, especially Mr. Blakely and Mr. Harrison, they were trashing city council. And Mr. Blakely, for some reason, thinks that all he has to say, I'm on city council, and then you trash city council. You're not on city council, Mr. Blakely, if you're trashing the organization that you represent, which is us.
Oh, God.
We really didn't appreciate that. Then you started trashing
15 seconds.
Councilwoman McBride. You started trashing Councilwoman McBride, and you want to reinstate the Trentonian because they didn't print none of your garbage. So now you want them to print that bull, so now you want to reinstate them as the paper? You're full.
Time is up.
The time is
up. The time is up.
Excuse me. Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Tesca T. Frisbee.
Good evening. Actually, it is my husband, Samuel T. Frisbee, that is here, who has something to say.
Good evening, Council, and Happy New Year to everyone. I was actually on some other meetings going back and forth between this meeting, and I heard some information that I wanted to clarify about tax levy and tax rates. I heard it said by somebody I consider a friend, Ms. Caitlin Fair, that we need to talk to the county commissioners because the county tax rate is what went up. So I went and pulled my tax levy sheet. So for clarity, so people understand, county taxes are based on property value. When property value goes up, county taxes go up. Trenton's property value has not gone up in many years. If you look at our tax levy has stayed flat or gone down over the last several years. I'm looking at the tax levy sheet right now. 2020, the city of Trenton was charged $13,773,000. This past year, it was $13,701,000. So the tax levy in Trenton from the county portion of the taxes actually went down $72,000 this year. So I just want to make sure that when we start talking about things, that we're talking about them with factual information. It is, you can find it. This is public information. And if you want to call my office or email my office, I'll send it to you directly. But that was misinformation in terms of where your taxes have gone up from the county portion. Thank you.
Go right ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Ms. Mary Horn.
Go right ahead, Ms. Horn. Ms. Horn?
Ms. Horn, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Yes. Hi. Just to expound on what Mr. Frisbee just said. Now, I am for sure in February our taxes went up. Okay. I know because mine went up. I read from that. But I would have no way of knowing if the county share went up or our city tax, because it's not put out in that format. It just shows, and I read from my taxes, that they went up in February. And there was a percentage paid if you were late. Each month you were late, you would have to pay a certain percentage of that. You know, and that's out of pocket too. But as far as the taxes are concerned, I think we should have more clarity. If that's the case, I would have no idea, and I'm sure a lot of people or other people wouldn't have any idea because there is no line item for where the county went in the taxes. And if you are with the county, then maybe you know that. But if you're a city resident paying city taxes, there was no way you would have known because there's no line item for it. It's just a tax statement that's put out. And so having said that, my second point is that I would encourage everyone, I'm speaking as a West Wardian, attend that redistricting meeting on the 10th, January, due to the fact that the West Ward is a gem, and not taken away from any other ward, but years ago, West Ward started at 1 West State Street. And pre having to redistrict, we were that from 1 West State Street on back down, going down West State Street. But pre the redistricting, we didn't have that either. Now we start Calhoun on back. So the bottom line is that it's very important that we become a part of the redevelopment district. Wherever they're redeveloping, West Wardians want to be a part of that too. Now, we don't want voters to be disenfranchised where when we redistrict, we may be in blighted areas. We may be in places where there's no people that live there anymore. That's not fair either, just as they took into consideration as people being around the train station because that's there or whatever have you. I want to see this city thrive, so I'm not taking away from anyone, but I am a West Wardian. And I like to see us thrive, and I like to see us be a part of the redevelopment. So when they take that into consideration, I want to make that known. And thirdly, I like to say, as far as the Trentonian is concerned about being an official newspaper, I have to say this. During COVID, and COVID is running rampant right now, I have not seen an article about our children going back to school. What we're going to do about it, how we're going to handle the situation. You know, we're going to talk to the parents and see what's going to be done, or send out letters. I have read nothing about it. Now, if I'm remiss and didn't pay my $2 for 3 pages, then I'm remiss. But I haven't seen it. And number 3, also, referendum gives people hope. Our taxpayers, citizens, parents, it gives them hope. They should be able to go and vote, just like we vote on everything else as a democracy. Then they should be able to go to the polls and vote. And I hope that this council considers that and just vote to make it a referendum so that it can be put on the ballot. This is our right. We are a democracy. This is America. And so that's all I have to say tonight. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, Council President, I would like to be heard, but I'd like to see from the public if there's anybody else that would like to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on a telephone and you don't have the ability to raise your hand, please speak up now for a public portion. Council President, I'd like to enter a comment into the record under my First Amendment right.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to the resolution with regard to the official newspaper. The Trentonian is not a healthy institution for the city of Trenton or its residents.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, there is somebody who has their hand up. She's on the phone. Oh, I think she...
I do not see them. I do believe I'm the only one with my hand up, ma'am.
There was a miss. Yeah, there's just Cheryl Snyder.
Okay. Now she does have her hand up. Council President, I would like to be able to continue my remarks and then come back to Ms. Snyder, as I've already started.
Let us go to Ms. Snyder because she's a part of the public, please.
Sure.
Continue.
Ms. Snyder?
Good evening, Council. Happy New Year. Forgive me, Mr. Conlon. I won't be long. I just want to say on Resolution 21-543 that what's going on Hart Avenue is awesome. I think if Council can make their way over to Hart Avenue, they would see the progress that's being done on this street. They would come to a street that's very quiet, has history, and some very dilapidated homes that need to go, houses. These houses are a threat to the rest of the homes that's on that block because they're row homes. So we have 3 homes in a row that need to go, that's attached to homes with residents living in them. Not only do these homes need to go, I need you to know, Council, that they're next to a big open lot that's from the Assapeake Creek. So you don't know what's coming from that area into these abandoned homes. And I've seen it already happen with some homes on North Clinton Avenue. With the weather being cold as it is now, we have a lot of homeless people trying to find shelter in these abandoned homes. Not only are they putting themselves in danger, they're putting other Trenton residents in danger. So please just know that these homes on Hart Avenue must be demolished. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder.
If there's no one else, Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Thank you. Does anybody else from the public wish to be heard? Okay, I'm going to continue. I'm speaking with regard to the resolution for the official newspaper for the city of Trenton. As I was indicating, the Trentonian is not a healthy entity for the city of Trenton, its citizens, or the municipal government of the city of Trenton. An example, yesterday, a report was printed in the Trentonian about me again for a report from a law firm that never even interviewed me or my attorney or anything, and yet that report was released to the Trentonian. I still haven't seen it. that's just ridiculous. It violates OPRA. It violates the personnel policy. But beyond that, the Trentonian is just not a healthy entity in and of itself. It no longer has a presence in the city of Trenton, even though it publishes its publishing address still here in the city of Trenton. That building is no longer the publishing address, and they're putting that out as their official service address. But even more importantly, the Trentonian on page 6 runs a picture of a young, semi-nude girl every single day from either teenage or early 20s year. It is a New Jersey girl. It is exploitative, and the women of this city should really rise up and just avoid that paper and really demand that they stop that. They are exploiting young girls every single day without abatement, without remorse, and it is disgusting, and it must stop. I cannot see where the city could or should endorse a newspaper that engages in this horrific exploitative practice. It has no redeeming news value whatsoever, and it really must end. I applaud the council members who have spoken up with regard to their vote on the prior resolution removing the Trentonian. That was actually decidedly inconvenient because their advertising deadlines are shorter, but the message, I believe, is more important. And that's all I have to say with regard to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We may close the public, move to close the public comment.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close the public portion. Do I have a second?
Second?
A second by Mr. Rodriguez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the Mally Givens law firm, about a year ago, this body gave Mr. Bridges a directive as far as the Trenton Parking Authority was concerned. And that directive was that we would bring Mally Givens back on to complete their investigation of the Trenton Parking Authority within 6 months. We allotted a certain amount of money for that investigation. The 6 months were up in June, so the report should have been given to us in July. On numerous occasions, we have asked for this report from this law firm with no success. The Mally Givens law firm will not get another red cent from the city of Trenton because we allotted a certain amount of money and we designated that money for the report and investigation. The ethics board have not said a word. So we don't even know where they stand, but they also had gotten a letter from Mr. Bridges stating that the Mally Givens firm had 6 months to complete their investigation. Until today, we still don't have any answers from the law firm in reference to the Trenton Parking Authority. The second housekeeping item is the Omicron numbers. I sent out several letters to Mr. Bridges asking for a written report of the uptick in numbers from Omicron. No report has been given to this council. No report has been made public to the community. The administration is sitting silent. We should have had a quarantine shelter. We doled out a lot of money when the pandemic first started to have a quarantine site for the Trenton residents. All of this has been overlooked. I'm waiting for someone to say, oh, we've been doing contact tracing. I'm just waiting to hear that, because there's no contact tracing being done. And our residents in this city doesn't even know what the numbers are. The city hall was shut down. The administration never even came to the council to tell us that the outbreak in the city hall was rising. They never even took it upon themselves to notify the council. You shut the city hall down, and we find out after the doors are being closed. Even with that, they never gave us any numbers. They never sent a memo out to the council stating that there's been a rise in the numbers. So many of our police officers, so many of our firefighters, so many of our directors, nothing. And that's an insult. It's an insult because you work for the taxpayers in this city. And those numbers should have been shared with the community. The Trenton schools are doing virtual learning again. Nothing from the health department. Nothing. This is outrageous. It's outrageous on every level. The respect that you have for the residents that pay your salary is none. And we're not even going to talk about the respect you have for the council, because you want to paint a picture as if this council isn't responsible or this council doesn't understand, because we are holding your feet to the fire, because we want results for our taxpayers. So you try to paint a picture, but the real picture is this. Where are the numbers? Why are those schools closed and none of the residents know about the numbers of Omicron? It's ridiculous. And there's no room for excuses. Where's the numbers? Where is the numbers? And talk about the violence. Oh, we can't. Every city across the United States is facing an uprise in violence. Well, every city in the United States isn't 5 square miles. And when Director Coley was in there, they beat her down. Trenton Orbit, council members, everybody wanting to call her to account. But who's calling Wilson to account? Who? No answers. No answers to the residents. None. It's just not the way you do business. And you talk about transparency. How is this transparent? It's not. It's not. We can move forward, Mr. Conlon, with the civic comments. But this is no way for an administration to move forward. And they took it, and the mayor, along with certain council members, took an oath for the residents of this great city. We may continue with the civic comment, and we'll start with the Councilman Blakely.
I don't have any comment. Everyone, enjoy your night.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
I have no comments at this time.
Councilman Harrison.
Like I said earlier, there was an email from Ron Zielinski to Mr. Collin, December 30th, 11:24, regarding the emergency meeting. Mr. Collin, if you go check, it's there. And at the end of the day, it's unbelievable how we're saying that in a special meeting that anybody attacked anybody. At the end of the day, when the community calls people, how many people on this council, like the council president just did, she's attacking everybody. But hey, it is what it is. At the end of the day, there is an email from Luan Zielinski regarding the special meeting. Mr. Collin, it's there. Thank you.
Councilman Michelle.
Nothing this time. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Councilman.
You said nothing at this time.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Well, I usually don't speak, but this time I have to say something. Last week, I got a few calls, one from Paul Harris and one for Mr. McClellan, regarding, they said that they wanted me to vote for these resolutions of budget transfers so they could get paid. I told Mr. Harris that you're going to get paid no matter what. There's plenty of money in City Hall. The money will come. But I told him that I would go join that meeting if those three resolutions were the only things in the agenda. Yes. The next day, I saw an email from the mayor's assistants with a different agenda there, with 3 or 4 different issues that had nothing to do with the budget, nothing to do with money. One was on cannabis. They wanted us to approve a resolution for an LLC of a friend of the mayor that wants to establish a cannabis scene in Trenton. I told Mr. Harris that those issues, we have to discuss them at a regular meeting. Those are very serious issues of what are we going to do with those. We cannot be giving priority to the friends of the mayor on licenses for this or that. So I did not attend. I made it clear a day before that I wasn't going to attend that meeting. I told me, oh, but why don't you join and then vote on the budget issues and then leave? No, because the first 3 resolutions that were there had nothing to do with the budget. They were the last ones. They wanted me to go for the quorum so they could approve that cannabis resolution they have, trying to stick that business for a very lousy businessman in downtown, president of TDA. He wants to make a lot of money, millions. But that meeting, that was a trick. They included the ordinance for increasing the cap or whatever. I told them, no, this is not the day. A special meeting, if it's 15, 20 minutes, yes, I call for the radio room stuff. Yes, it was important to me, and I called, and I voted, and that was it. That was the only issue in the agenda. But this time, they wanted to add stuff to the agenda to pass it with 3 votes, because if there's only 4 people in the meeting, there is a quorum, and the regulation says that you can vote with those 4 members. A majority will be the majority of the votes, the 4 votes. If it was going to be 4 votes, with 3 votes, they could have passed anything, because I was going to vote no to that cannabis stuff, but they were going to pass it. There were 3 members that were going to be absent. Everybody knew that they were going to be answered. The mayor knew because Councilwoman Bond contacted him and told him that she will agree to participate to vote on those 3 resolutions about the budget transfers. But his answer was, well, you come in and vote for your stuff, and that's it. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't listen to her or to me, because I sent him messages, because he sent people to call me. Even during the meeting, there were people calling me. I was celebrating my birthday, and there were people calling me. And sending me messages. Join the meeting so that you could approve the money so that the workers get paid. That was a lie. That was a lie. They know there was no need for that for that executive order. Payday is going to be Thursday. And I told Mr. Harris, well, yes, Tuesday we can vote on those 3 resolutions, and that will be okay for Thursday. That's not a problem. And if the mayor have the power to use this executive order, well, then they didn't need that meeting. All he had to do is from the beginning, well, okay, I'm going to have this executive order, not make a re-election campaign issue out of it, criticizing council. And, I'm surprised about what Mr. Blakely said. I know he left the meeting because he left, but I was surprised about that. I'm tired of his insulting us. Everybody insulting us without knowing exactly what was going on. But I want the public to know that there was no need for that special meeting Friday. That the same way we did it today, that we voted on the 3 resolutions, and they are going to be walking, and that's the same way. There was no need for that emergency meeting at all, except that they wanted to sneak those two resolutions and an ordinance. Knowing that there were going to be only 4 votes, and even if I voted no, and the agenda, if those 3 resolutions dealing with the budget transfer would have been the 3 first issues in the agenda, I would have joined, and after that, I would have excused myself, so they wouldn't have a quorum to vote in no cannabis resolutions without the participation of the full council in a regular meeting. I would have done that, but no. If I would have joined the meeting, I had to either no vote or abstain or whatever for the first 3 resolutions, and they would have passed 3-1, and then vote at the end, vote yes for the. Well, that's not me. I don't do that. I don't want to excuse myself. They knew that I wasn't going to attend the meeting. They knew it, perfectly knew it. The mayor knew it because his assistants were calling me, talking to me. His union guys, because they are instead of being for the workers, they are for the administration anyway. And then they criticize us. Ask Paul Harris what I told you. You're going to get paid. And I told Mr. McClellan, you're going to get paid next Thursday. Yes, because we are going to vote on them Tuesday. I'm going to make sure that we vote on them Tuesday. All we have to do is vote them Tuesday. But don't lie to the public. And about the Trentonian, there's some, I buy the Trentonian every day. Weekdays is $2 each. It used to be 35 cents way back. $2. On weekends, $2.50. You know what I see in the Trentonian? Or the killings. That's why, I'm a city council person, so I have to know about the gossips. Gossips about the clerk over and over and over. There are some days that the word Trenton is not in the Trentonian. The word Trenton is not in the Trentonian. And I look all over. What happened? Nothing happened in Trenton yesterday or not. The kids in school didn't do good, or something, a cultural activity, or something. No, because there were no killings that day, regardless. Sometimes there is the editorial. I like to read the editorials. The governor said this, said that. Whoa, what's going on with Governor Murphy? Then when I read down, the governor of Pennsylvania, because that's where they are at. You look at all the ads, job ads. See if you can find an ad that is from a job from Mercer County, at least from Mercer County, or from the state of New Jersey. No, they are all from way out past Philadelphia, way out there, way out, way out. I said, what is they doing? They are advertising for Pennsylvania. Every scene they put there. All the editorial, unless, well, the county, I guess, pay them for this, these auctions and stuff, and they put that because if the city pays them, yes, they advertise something. But I tell you, there's sometimes that, and you read it, not a mention of Trenton, the word Trenton, nothing. Oh, page 6, yes. Oh, they never miss page 6. But, like, I was very impressed with the speech that Councilman Blakely gave the day that we voted on that resolution to get rid of the Trentonian. Well, I was impressed, and I voted. I voted yes because he impressed me. He impressed me in his speech. Yes, because he was saying the truth. Now, all of a sudden, he's reversing. He's switching it around. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. On the school board elected versus appointed school board. When I came to Trenton back in 1970, the school board was elected. At that time, after a while, Armenti switched it to appointed. You know why it was switched to appointed? Because at that time, blacks and Puerto Ricans, not Latinos, because it was Puerto Ricans. At that time, there were just a few Latinos other than Puerto Ricans. We were about 30-some% of the population, and we didn't have the political power. We tried to elect people. I remember we ran candidates, Puerto Ricans and blacks in the slate. Nate Walker and Carlos Pacheco, we ran, I think was the elections of 76 or so. They got close, but because there was blocks, what they call slates of other nationalities. There was, I believe, in the elected school board, I think there was one black person there. One black person that I remember. The rest were from Chambersburg, from all over. That's why at that time, when Carmen Amenti decided to switch it to appointed, yes, Carmen Amenti appointed Pedro Medina, appointed, he appointed somebody there. I think it was Guillermo Gomez was appointed by Amenti, then Palmer appointed. Every time one Latino, and there's one Latino there now, one Latino, just one. It's supposed to be 9 members, one Latino. You know who was the percentage of Latino children in the school district? 58%. 58%. And the appointed board, at one point, I remember, it was about October of 2018, right after the elections. I don't know what happened with the mayor, but he came in front of city council and he said, I want all the board members, the school board members to resign. Something, an issue happened there, and I want everybody to resign. But they're still there, the majority, except for a few that left. But fair is fair. I believe that having an elected school board is better than what we have now. And I've been here since 1970, and I have been involved with education. I have been to many board meetings. What Mr. Harris was saying about the board of school estimates, I sat on it for 2 years. They meet once a year in April, just before they approve the budget, for a few issues that the board wants to add, asking more money from the city or whatever, or permission to do this. That's all. That's all. There's not such a thing as a board of school estimates. I thought that I volunteered for it because I thought that they met at least once a month or so, according to the board meetings. But there was no, that's a waste of time. We can establish a little committee to deal with that, besides the elected school board. We can do that. But don't tell me that he is saying this because his boss, the mayor, want to continue controlling the board. And there's some members. I know Harrison is going to vote for it. George Moschar is going to vote against us again. They voted it. This came out a couple of years ago. Councilwoman Bond, the only one that comes out with good stuff from city council. She was the one that put it there, and I supported it, and we lost it 4-3. 4-3. Hopefully this time around, these people that voted no think about the district, not themselves, not the mayor, the children. The children. We desperately need change in the school district in Trenton. I'm going to be leaving Trenton as soon as I finish my term. I have a grandson, and there's no services in the school district for him. He's a special child, so I'm going to take him away, because I didn't want to leave Trenton, but I have to, because I cannot send him to private school, and our school district is a chain. A lot of stuff. You people go to the school board meetings, follow the district up, and you'll find out. There's a few people that know what's going on there, but the majority, they say because they have some board members. There was a board member sending me emails against our messages against saying that we shouldn't have that election. Yes, we're going to have the referendum. And to Miss Garrett, Sherry Garrett or Garrett or whatever, for your information, there's two ways you can deal with this. Either through a resolution from City Council, which is the easy way. We just voted, and if it's approved, then we have to have the referendum next November, or by petition. That was tried in the past, petition. By petition, it has to be, I believe, it's 30% of the prior year's congressional election. Those numbers. At the time they were trying to do that, I believe it was 16,000 signatures. 16,000 signatures. And it was impossible. Impossible to get 16,000 people. They're disgusted. They don't even, I don't want to deal with that. You have to walk and walk, Ms. Garrett. Walk and walk and walk to get 16,000 because they made it impossible. Instead of saying, well, you could gather 500 signatures, 200, 300, something a petition. So, but no, it's thousands of signatures. So that's why the easiest way to do it is through a resolution. And the resolution, all it says is that we want a referendum to be, that question to be put on the ballot in the November elections, and let our residents decide. Is our residents say, no, we want to keep it appointed because it's working perfectly, it's the best thing for us? That's our residents. They were the ones that elected us. Council people, Harrison, Blakely, Moschar, they were the ones that elected us. So we should not go against their wishes. Let them decide for that. Remember when they changed of the elections to November? Oh, it should be in a referendum. Yes, I'll stop right now. It should be in a referendum. Yeah, that's what we are asking for now. Referendum, democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I concur regarding the school district. Put it to the voters. The resolution doesn't change anything to date. It will remain appointed until at which time the voter decides it reverts back to elected. The resolution is only to put it to the referendum, put the question to the voter on the ballot, and let them decide which direction the school district and the board should go. I think it's about time. Trenton has one of the lowest performing school districts in the state. Lowest performance. The New Jersey Department of Education put out the performance reports for 2020. They have a rating system from 1 to 100. Every school like 20. We're one of the lowest school districts, and we're one of the largest school districts as far as enrollment in the state. We are one of 14, one of the largest that still remain in the appointed type. So I am for the change. I don't have children that attend the school district, but I believe in the democratic process. I believe that the parents and the citizens, the electorate, the taxpayers need to have a voice, and there needs to be transparency if that school district is going to change and be a viable resource and opportunity for our youth in the city, and also a key component of our economic development. So we need to move to that elected board. And if any of the members, we have, I'm sure the mayor, there's plenty of members on the school board that have been served, and they have served well in their capacities. If they want to run, if they want to stay on the board, they should just run and get elected. That is if we move to an elected school board. There's more accountability, more transparency, and at this point, just put it to the voters. We would have 11, if it passes on Thursday, the question will go to the voters. They'll vote it up or vote it down, elected or appointed. And we, as a city, as residents, taxpayers, elected officials, will have 11 months to debate whether or not our town, our city should go to an elected school board, do research or whatever have you. One thing I wanted to speak on as well is the redevelopment ordinance. I think we have an opportunity, a historic opportunity. Trenton has never had a redevelopment agency, and it's in a dire need. We will never be able to come up with a redevelopment strategy without it. We have a land development ordinance that wants to be passed. We want to change our 250 plan. We want to take some recommendations from the state through our CCRC committee, the Capital City Redevelopment Corp. We can't do any of those things in a comprehensive and legal way with the input from the residents and from the proven professionals to deliver the transformation that the city of Trenton deserves and has been waiting for decades. We need, as Council President stated very eloquently, that we need the professionals to do it. I know, in our Economic Development Department, we do not have that expertise in the city of Trenton. Nowhere. The mayor does not have the expertise in redevelopment. The council does not either. And no one in the Economic Development Department has it, and certainly not Mr. Daniels. So we need to go out and develop and build up that competency for City of Trenton, like all the other municipalities who have proven that that's what needs to be done. And I just want folks to really understand what redevelopment is. And we have contracted with one of the best redevelopment attorneys in the state. And as he stated, he's supported the city of New Brunswick through its redevelopment build out. I, for one, I'm very critical of what's going on Hart Avenue, because what's going on Hart Avenue is not redevelopment. Redevelopment is not rehabbing houses or demolishing houses. Yes, redevelopment demolitions come along with, rebuilding a space or a piece of land that came about because some buildings were demolished. But what Mr. Algernon Ward talked about, what Mr. Daniels talked about this evening about redevelopment is not incremental. It's not in piecemeal. It's not, we don't really know what the outcome or the benefit is going to be. Any professional redeveloper, a planner, a certified planner, professional planner, an executive director of redevelopment aging will come to this city will come to this council, will come to the residents, will come to the mayor and give a comprehensive redevelopment plan and strategy, and will be able to show and report to you what they're going to build over a 10, 15, 20, 30-year period, and they will be able to show you the numbers as to what the benefit is going to be. What we want to see over there on Hart Avenue is not a bunch of nonprofits, putting in new windows to dilapidated buildings and helping folks fill out an application for the first-time homebuyer program. That is not redevelopment. Redevelopment transforms a whole block, and it's mixed-use approach. You have entertainment, you have stores, you have retail, you have residential, you have cultural, you have all those things meld together. When you build a building or you build houses and you have residents move in there, they want to be able to walk down the street to a movie theater, to retail stores, to dry cleaners, to get to a bagel shop, a pizza shop, a restaurant. That's not what's happening over on Hart Avenue. But it's going to happen throughout the city of Trenton. And it's going to happen because this council is going to hopefully get that ordinance passed and start forcing Mr. Redevelopment Attorney, Mr. Hoffman, to go out to the local finance board, get our redevelopment agency in place, and get some professionals here in the city to help us look like other towns like New Brunswick, and get top-tier retail, that comprehensive strategy in place so that streets like Hart Avenue, North Clinton Avenue could meet the expectation of what we all know what redevelopment is and what it looks like. Council President, I have nothing more to say tonight, but I look forward to Thursday, and I appreciate you giving me the time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I would ask again if the council could get something in writing about the numbers for this Omicron and what is going on in the Trenton public school system and the surrounding schools, such as the foundation school, charter schools, village charter, and things of that nature. If we can get something in writing from the health department, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Collin, I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion to adjourn. I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One more. Got it.
Aye.
Yep, that's it. We are, any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we are adjourned at 9:59 p.m. I have some documents that I'm going to be running out for signature. I'm on my way right now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you coming tonight. Please come join us on Thursday. Same meeting line. Bye-bye.
Good night. All righty. Mr. I'll talk to you in a minute.
I'm on my way. Bye-bye.